Okay, and we are live. So, we are on effective lockdown, just doing musters and stuff. I don't think I have anything to do specifically, so I'm just like hanging out, being alive. Um, which does mean I have time to stream. And what the fuck is peaches? Are there any more? Oh, wait. I never made any. Can I shear those? This may need Silk Touch. Fuck, needs Silk Touch. Okay. Well, this is a really bad roll on the peach tree, so I'm gonna just get a sapling and try again. We'll have an orchard at some point. Okay. Anyway, so, following last time when I spent an hour listening to a video from Dark Matter, I realized I actually really liked that. So I'm going to be doing something pretty similar. Why did I not port that up? That is dire. I know it's cobblestone. Cobblestone beams. Where I will be listening to a video essay during this. Cobblestone beams. I figure I can just enjoy it. I'm gonna be listening to this kind of stuff anyway, in my off time, because I like hearing about how to write things better, how to make games better, pretty much any kind of self-improvement. I was in the middle of this series. It's by a guy named Random Film
What
Talk.
is being tested?
Oh. What? I feel like I'm missing some context on that.
The hurricane is like right on his ass.
What is being... What? Oh, Pem, right. So, sometimes I forget to set
Wait a
up
minute.
stream chat. Apparently, it just really hated Pem.
Did I get banned from his stream chat?
No. Please, you think I could ban you? You're
Uh-huh.
like half my view time.
You are a sick man.
Sure. I'm absolutely diabolical. I knew exactly when you would enter chat and chose to delay the stream chat until right after that. Anyway, I have a blaze burner, so I can get to work on brass. Zinc copper makes 2. I need a lot. Where's zinc? Oh, I should make the basin in the mixer while I'm at it. 5 andesite alloy.
I got some Arita cakes, time to shove them down my gob.
Enjoy. Five iron sheets. I can get that up there. Okay. And then I should probably bring...
You could probably just use a create mechanism for the peach trees.
While I could, I'm not looking to automate everything yet.
And new mouse.
I don't even have...
For some reason the mouse you gave me is being very temperamental.
Sorry to hear that. It was my mouse. I used it just fine for a very long time, so that is very interesting. Whisk. Mechanical mixer. Okay, so I need blaze burner, basin, mixer. So I need to somehow get cog power right there, which I can do with a gearbox. Ah, crap. I do need to set up a tree farm at some point. Alright. Box. Bam, and then cog.
I think the wires are screwed up, there's no damage but I have to keep it at a certain angle for it to work. Still works but just temperamental.
Okay. I'm gonna be really annoyed if this doesn't work. It should. Okay. Oh, I can get the haunting set up because I got the soul sand. So you and you.
Been storing it properly too. It just doesn't like me. Early game just like to set up a set of sawmills with hand cranks and just plant the saplings in front of them, then I just reuse the saws for an actual farm when I get brass.
I just fetted my crafting table, so I need to make that again. Thing is, I pretty much go straight for brass because I want crushing wheels for things. They're just essential to any kind of like high-end automation or like advanced crafting. Alright, so I need to work on the crafter. So that's brass casings. I need 21, so 7 brass casings.
I just drove by house that was on fire.
Okay, that's 7. I need the crafting tables too. Thing is, in my case, I'm probably just gonna make like super high durability tools for everything. And there is a deforester in this, right? No? Oh. That is unfortunate. Okay, so then I need 7 electron tubes, so I need to cook more iron.
What a fine morning.
A glorious morning, some could say. God, that is such a baller song.
Also, you still owe me a date.
I do. I do.
Saudi Arabia has really nice dates.
You mean the fruit convention? Okay, and then I need 7 polished quartz, so I need to make sandpaper and rose quartz, of course. Okay.
Every time my dad has a port there he buys a shit ton.
I need paper.
I think Bumi missed my sarcasm with the house being on fire.
What the fuck?
I don't think he did.
Oh. No, you're right. I actually missed the comment completely. Forget missing the sarcasm. I didn't even notice the comment. Alright. 7 rose quartz, 7 electron tubes, and 2 crafters. Okay, let's go with... Yeah, I can just do it right here. And now I actually need a wrench. 3 gold, a cog, and a stick.
There were fire trucks there already, so I didn't have a cold. Call.
Huh. Are you sure the fire trucks aren't the ones who set the fire?
One time my neighbor's house caught on fire. It was very anticlimactic.
Okay, how the hell am I powering this? Definitely need more of you. You... No. Oh, I never made the wrench. I'm fucking dumb. Okay, I need it this way. Just right there. I can... Do you... Why won't it let me... place it against that? No. Is this a too high block? Oh my god, it is, isn't it? Okay, looks like I'm doing this the annoying way. I want everything going... there, okay. Crushing...
I have to go to work now. Love you, moi moi.
Love you. I need my zinc. Did I run out of zinc? I run out of zinc. Yeah, I definitely ran out of zinc. Okay, no ores in here. Go mine for what? Because of course. Alright, I do not have any food with me.
Yes, you do love me.
Yep. Oh, right, there's a shovel. Let's bring cooked rice. And I'll eat this right now.
Bummy, you should know I don't go to work at this time. Smiley face.
Oh my fucking god, dude. All right, so what I'm seeing is that I do need to ban PMAS. That's what I'm getting out of this. Is that I don't have a choice. I need to ban that. That is unfortunate. It will deeply hurt my statistics, but evidently I have to. Otherwise, I will unconsciously cheat on my love. Come on, zinc. We'll also take iron. How rude.
LMAO, your viewership will drop by at least 50%.
Yes. Yes, it will. And that is a sacrifice I apparently have to make. No, I do have broccoli. Yeah. Come on, zinc is not that rare. A vein of 2. Tin. What is this crap?
Boomy, the shifts I work at are usually 7 to 2:45.
I have a very bad sense of time, Mooney.
I would be getting ready to serve lunch, lol. Not on a break.
Alright, well, I'm here. How am I having this much bad luck finding the most common ore on this pack? By quantity, not by spawn. It was just by spawn.
7 to 2:45. Useful information for the next time I troll him. God Pem, this is the most flustered I've seen Boomy in a bit. I said usually. Not always.
My love, you are feeding the troll.
I have that effect on people.
Yeah, well, she's hoping for fluster in a slightly different sense, because I fluster her very easily. And yet I remain relatively stoic. You're able
I am,
to
but
get
this
me
is fucking
embarrassed
hilarious.
pretty easily, Pam, but that's because I'm an idiot. Not because I'm swooning, you know? I mean, if Mooney's okay with just me feeling like an idiot, I imagine they could pull that off pretty easily. Okay, seriously, where the hell is my zinc?
Nah, I'd make a fool out of myself first. Then cry to you about it?
I mean, probably. But you still succeed sometimes. I am an idiot. Oh, here we go. Give me a mouse button. See, I am the smartest idiot that I know.
We're making him second guess himself. This is great.
Second guess myself? Could you imagine?
You wanna look at yesterday's stream and try that again? If Mooney ever started streaming, I'd be able to have whole ass conversations as you without her noticing.
Okay, I gotta actually look at this to make sure I'm not missing something.
I'd have another screen showing the chat.
Yeah,
You wouldn't be able to fool me.
I'm playing on a laptop on a small desk. I don't have the space for a second monitor. It's pretty much the only limitation I have here, which is nice because I've certainly had worse, internet and desk situations.
Second monitor's actual can't be very small. I saw one that was the size of an iPad. Can asterisk.
The thing is, I agree. I've even used my phone previously, but I mean, I literally do not have the space for it. On my desk is completely suffused with stuff. I also think I got phone notification. Let me check on that. Okay, they're telling us to remain in uniform. That's fine. I never left.
Get HDMI to Type-C, and use a shitty phone to display chat.
So again, I have a phone right now. I can show chat on my phone. That's not the problem. The problem is lacking space. Even for something that small.
What's that about a maid uniform?
I did not say maid uniform, I said uniform. As I'm in the military, I'm pretty sure you can figure out what uniform that is. One of my favorite features is that you can place carpet on water. It's so convenient. Let's get the moss blocks out again. There's some zinc here. Literally one. You're kidding. Game, throw me
I
a
heard
bone
maid
here.
uniform and that's why I'm asking.
No. there's
God,
no
what
maid.
is give to see you in a maid uniform?
Okay, who said that?
And it confused the shit out of me.
Okay, Pem, I'm not wearing a maid uniform for you. See, there we go. That is a zinc vein right there. Jesus. Okay, scarpet right there, thank you. That is not where I wanted that to go.
I wasn't even trying to trick you with the maid uniform comment. This is good, the Unis warns is sating.
The unassurance. Okay. That's not what that is. That's not how you say that. The insecurity, I think would be the term for that. It's definitely not unassurance. That means nothing. Ooh. +2 levels of fortune. I've yet to get a runic pickaxe. I am looking for one.
Oh Bummy, you would love Crash Landing. Though it is an old pack.
I have actually played Crash Landing, and I agree. I loved it. Not sure it's one I would play a second time, though. Okay, I think I just get out of here at this point.
What do you think of Sky Factory?
Not annoying enough. Remember, I'm one of the advocates of Greg Tech. New Horizons. Like, I need my shit to be a nightmare. If I could complete your tech tree in like a day from like just doing a bunch of mining. Within context, I mean like I do a bunch of mining and then can speedrun the whole thing in a day once I have the resources. Like that's boring. No tech pack should be completable from just a chest full of resources. Where the fuck did it go? Now my ender pearl! That's the whole reason I fought the skeletons. I heard it again. Not seeing it though. Let's make our way back. Home is this way. Anyway, I mentioned earlier that I was going to start listening to a video essay, so if you don't have much else to talk about, we can listen to that and discuss that. That could be fun. Have you actually seen Arcane? Never mind. It's on Netflix. It's pretty good. I need food. I'm sorry, cow. Not really, but a little.
No.
Okay, well, first of all, it's great. You should watch it. But second of all, the video essay I'm going to watch is based on it. I need to head a lot this way, don't I? It was 2,200.
I've been meaning to watch it.
Ooh, egg. I do need egg. I still need to actually get a chicken at the house, because once I have a chicken, I'll be set. Yes, more eggs. Feed me your children. Anyway, you can't fully appreciate the video essay unless you've seen it. However, to that end, I can start with the, what the fuck is this? I don't know where they're thinking that was a dungeon, but it looks like this mountain just generates cobblestone. I can start at the beginning, because I was watching Annihilation of a Masterpiece, because you can learn a lot more from failure than from success. But,
AHH eggs, reminds of a certain floating island.
You rat bastard. Yeah, I'm sure it does remind you of a certain floating island. Lagtopia. Population 1 brat. And like a bajillion chickens. Fuck. Ooh! There's a pig over here, wasn't there? If I see animals in the future, this is actually super nice. I have no idea where the hell I got it.
Population 2,304.
You counted?
Count on the final screenshot.
That would be an overestimation, wouldn't it? Because it would include non-chicken animals in the area? Okay, home should be right down here.
'Twas after I collected and threw the last of the eggs.
Side note, I'm still pretty sure that was just flatly against the rules. Because I believe it was stated early on that anything that compromises the server was banned. Okay, am I safe to jump off this cliff? Yes. Okay. Toss you away, toss you away, toss you away. Still need the brass or something. Right.
It was a 100 blocks in the sky. I am sure your measly tens of pigs and sheep didn't contribute much.
Hey. I mean, it's
'Twas
still
not in the rules. Trust me, I made sure.
I'm sure if we go back over the old document, it would be in there somewhere. I don't think I explicitly banned lag machines, but I'm pretty confident I banned anything that compromises the server. Which would include lag machines. Alright. Let's make... Okay, so that's 16 pers. Let's...
Nope, you didn't.
Pretty sure I can just use diorite. And then... wood. I need a button. Oh, right, it needs to go towards an edge. Okay. But I didn't activate it.
I am sure you mentioned it offhandedly at some point, but your word is not law unless it is plastered on a pinned message and made easy to see.
Are you sure my word isn't law? Okay. Pin message. I had a rules document. That's the pin message.
I'll
was
go
the
play
document.
Baldur's Gate. You enjoy your essay.
Yeah. All right. Enjoy your Baldur's Gate. Genuine. It's a great game. Make sure not to kill Minthara. That's pretty much the only piece of advice I have for having the full experience. Alright, well, I gotta get that set up. Alright, what does a schematic cannon cost? No, I'll just build it off freehand. That's fine. So start. I need. Okay. Do I make shoot? 9 plates. Okay, I need kelp. Let me turn on that video essay. Oh, as mentioned, this is Random Film Talk, Arcane Season 2, Annihilation of the Masterpiece, Part 2. So this is covering episodes 4 through 6.
Welcome back to my
For
breakdown
any
of Season
spoilers.
2 of Arcane. This video is Part 2 and deals with Act 2. If you have not watched Part 1, I would suggest starting there. Expect full spoilers for both seasons from the start, but
Oh my
let's
God,
not
they
waste
need
any
to be
time. We have
smoked,
rather
don't
a
they?
lot to get through. Since the events of Act 1, an amount of time has passed. It is not clear exactly how much, but we do have a handful of references. Caitlin and Gurlman are now a couple, or are at the very least friends with benefits, indicating that Caitlin has moved on from Vi. Enough time passes for the Enforcers to go into Zorn and set up checkpoints, and for the Zornites to decide enough is enough and to begin rebelling. Caitlin says, I never expected it to go on for this long, and we learn that many have died. Caitlin also claims to have learned so much from Ambessa since episode 3. Additionally, Salo believes that Mel will not be coming back because she has been missing for this long, and Victor has managed to gain a reputation as a miracle worker. All of this suggests months, possibly years. The one limiting factor is that Random Kid has not visibly aged, and so I am going to assume that this is anywhere between 6 months to a year at most. The first image we see in episode 4 is a flag showing Caitlin's new insignia. This is a different insignia to the Kiraman one we have seen a few times, although it is very similar to the one seen on Caitlin's armband during a flashback in Season 1. It is possible, then, that this insignia signifies Caitlin herself rather than her family name. Rather amusingly, this insignia was seen on her dictator robe that Ambessa gave her at the end of Act 1, and so it appears to represent Caitlin's new position of power and her acceptance of it. Although this potentially means Ambessa designed this new logo for Caitlin's robe, knowing that Caitlin would wear it and continue to use it. This, plus the slight alteration to this design seen on the flags, which feature a small red square in the center, work as a means by which to show that Ambessa has an amount of control and influence over Caitlyn, but it is definitely a little strange to imagine Ambessa and Rictus working with a graphic designer and a tailor to create a new logo for Caitlyn. Anyway, this symbol is prominent during this opening montage, also appearing on the armor worn by both the Enforcers and by the Noxians. The Enforcers wearing Caitlyn's symbol can be somewhat hand-waved, but the Noxians having this symbol is notable because it means someone created this armor after Act 1 specifically for them to wear. The Enforcers have gone into Zorn with the intention of capturing Jinx, and we see them set up barricades and checkpoints. The Zornites are understandably not particularly happy about this, as they are lined up and treated as second-class citizens, the visuals being very reminiscent of World War II-era concentration camps. We see kids playing tiddlywinks or something next to some of Jinx's graffiti, either indicating that they have copied her style and started drawing monkeys everywhere, or perhaps that Jinx's influence permeates Zorn and that she is always watching. During this music video, we see Rictus and some Enforcers become blue, and a blue X appears on their faces, as if they have been marked as the enemy. This potentially also suggests that painting the town blue, which is both the name of the episode and the title of the accompanying song, refers to the police taking over, as blue is a color typically associated with the police. I'm not sure if this is the case, however, because again, the visual style of this music video makes this confusing, as we see a load of Zornites become blue through this stylized animation, and then Rictus and the Enforcers also become blue in the exact same manner, which thematically does not make any sense because the Zornites becoming blue is a visual representation of them becoming Jinx worshippers, whereas the Enforcers becoming blue does not appear to represent anything. Multiple people are arrested, some are killed, and it is notable that Caitlyn agreed to all of this off-screen. She was shown in Season 1 to have developed a tenuous friendship with Echo, to the point where they at least trusted each other, and yet Caitlyn's knowledge of the Firelights, their hideout, and their general struggles against Zorn does not factor into Caitlyn's decision-making or her condemnation of the entirety of Zorn. Piltover invading Zorn was absolutely a prospect right at the start of Season 1.
The next time I come down here, I'll have an army of Enforcers with me.
And them invading after the events of Season 1 was inevitable, but we don't actually see it happen. We just get yet another music video and then, well, Piltover has now invaded, wasn't that fun? Caitlyn and Ambessa are in her house, and Caitlyn is still evil. She gradually gets covered in blue, which visually shows how obsessed she is with capturing the notorious blue person. Blue is the only thing on her mind. And I am left wondering, how was this any kind of fight? The Enforcers plus Ambessa's Noxian soldiers would absolutely destroy any uprising in Zorn immediately. Ambessa has no reason to be careful or to be anything less than oppressive in her use of force. That is in fact exactly what this music video sequence is intended to convey. And so the idea that a bunch of blue-haired idiots started throwing things at the Enforcers and the Noxians, and that they were not immediately suppressed by Piltover's superior technology is ridiculous. The only way this could possibly play out as a months-long conflict is if these attacks against the occupying force were meticulously coordinated, which we know for a fact was not the case. Zorn does not have a leader. Jinx is not a part of this. This is a bunch of pissed-off Zornites being like, "Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me!" and somehow not being immediately gassed, shot, arrested, or impaled by a fucking spear. That would send a very clear message, and yet we are expected to believe that there was an amount of back and forth between the blue-haired idiots and the Enforcers and Noxians, which I find totally unsupportable. Now we must regrettably take a look at the lyrics to the accompanying song Paint the Town Blue by Ashniko. As it turns out, Ashniko was confused when she saw the episode, because apparently Riot, or Fortige, decided to use her original unmixed demo of the song, which contains slightly different lyrics. Presumably, she sent them a work-in-progress version of the song to get approval, and the producers either accidentally or deliberately used the demo version instead of the correct version. And if you thought I wasn't going to dissect the differences between the correct version and the demo version that appears in the show, then you must be new here. Both versions open with, "Oh, you want a villain? Let me show you how I evil. Oh, you think I'm difficult? I'll show you I'm a devil. Sharpshooter lethal." The song appears to be about both Jinx and her cult, and so the reference to a sharpshooter is nonsense because Jinx isn't one, unless this song is playing both sides and this refers to Caitlyn, who is also painting the town blue. But that doesn't exactly work because the rest of the lyrics are pretty clearly from the perspective of Jinx's cult. The correct version continues. Top of food chain like an eagle, whack-a-mole you weasels. Which also doesn't make any sense, because Jinx is not out hunting the enforcers. Her brainwashed minions are doing that, and so her being referred to as a singular predatory hunter does not match what we actually see happening, unless her followers consider themselves to be like an eagle singular. The version used in the show ejects this line, which is good, but it replaces this eagle reference with, I'm a messy feminine diesel. The best I can do with this is to agree that, yeah, Jinx is certainly messy, she is feminine, and the governing body wants to lock her up to save the planet, much like Diesel.
And after that, it gets even better.
Both versions continue. Crush, 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 crush you all beneath me. You bitches are my pups. You're drooling for a squeaky. We have gone from, I hope you know we had everything and you broke me and left these pieces, what could have been, to... The only meaning that can be drawn out of this painfully juvenile
how can I
line
reverse
is that the
that?
Zornites are going to make the enforcers their bitches. They're going to defeat them and then degrade them by literally treating them like dogs who are drooling for a squeaky. Unfortunately, we can't blame the producers for accidentally giving us that incredible line, as it was always part of the song. The correct version continues. I squash you like a bug, battle-fueled greasy. Dig my nails into your peach, dead and deceased like. Translated into English, this line seems to refer to the rioters rather than Jinx herself, describing how these diesel-powered rebels are going to squash their enemies, and they will be greasy whilst doing so, and that once their enemies have been adequately squashed, the rioters will dig their nails into the enforcers' butt cheeks to confirm that they are dead. Correct me if I'm misunderstanding this, but your peach is your butt, right? The show version, however, makes even less fucking sense, and no amount of translation is going to help here. I skewer all you said, now the battlefield is greasy. Dig my nails into your peach, you know, 'cause we are not Amici. I think this means the rioters are going to skewer the opponents they believe have been designated by Jinx, even though Jinx does not play a role in this conflict. The battlefield will subsequently become greasy because we're overdosing on engine metaphors, and then they will continue grabbing everyone's butt cheeks, although this time they're not going to do it to confirm kills, they're going to do it because the enforcers are not their amici, which is the Italian word for friend. And what Italy has to do with the story of Arcane is unclear.
But hold on, Random. Everyone speaks English in Arcane, and England doesn't exist in...
Stop it, that's a nonsense argument. Arcane has established that everyone we have met so far speaks English, although in universe they would of course not refer to their own language as English, because the concept of the English dialect does not exist within Runeterra. As is the case in countless sci-fi and fantasy stories, Arcane is written from an Anglo-normative perspective, where the baseline language spoken by everyone is a copy of English, although there may be particular groups, races, or species that speak some other language. When this happens, it is typically a fictional language, such as Sindarin, Dothraki, Na'vi, or any number of weird noises that are made by the various creatures in Star Wars. If Luke Skywalker flew to a new planet, and everyone was speaking Italian, that would be very fucking weird because it would immediately draw comparisons to real life. And the audience would very obviously be wondering why these aliens are speaking Italian when they would not have been questioning why everyone on Tatooine speaks English. This is because taking one real-world language and planting it into your fantasy setting as the default does not require any kind of mental gymnastics from the audience to justify, because it is very simple to accept that the words we are hearing are not necessarily the exact words being used in universe. This is a concession that allows for fantasy or science fiction characters to communicate in a way that the audience can understand. As soon as you start adding other real-world languages, however, it begins to draw viewers out of the setting and destroy immersion. To be clear, Arcane Season 2 does not do this. And my guess is that when we go to Demacia in a future show, they will not all be speaking German. However, there are multiple direct references to real-world locations and cultures in the soundtrack for Season 2 that have absolutely nothing to do with the story nor the setting of Arcane, and so the end result is very similar. In amongst all of this, a bunch of Zornites decided, you know what, let's dye our hair blue and start dressing like Jinx. And thus, the Jinxoid cult was formed. The show refers to these people as Jinxers, which I flatly refuse to do, so Jinxoid cult it is. Why this happens, I can't really tell you. I can only speculate. Jinx attacked Piltover at the end of Act 1, and then Piltover invaded looking for her, and then everyone decided to paint everything blue because Jinx has blue hair, and they refused to cooperate with the Enforcers. The best explanation I can give is that the concept of not turning over your own people is so foundational in Zorn that the prospect is incomprehensible to the people who live there. This was not a value Vander had, nor is it a value Savika had. This is an agreed-upon norm that you do not offer up other Zornites to the Enforcers, which is why everyone in Zorn appears to be on Team Jinx. This is, frankly, insane, and if this is the case, then this directly affects Silco's decision at the end of Season 1, as it would suggest that Silco did not refuse to give up Jinx in exchange for independence because he loves her as his daughter, which was the whole fucking point of his character. He instead decided not to give her up because that's not how you do things in the Undercity. Setting aside Season 2 trying its best to damage Silco, this would mean that when the Enforcers came in looking for Jinx, everyone protected her because that's how it works in Zorn, and the multiple reasons why they should turn her in can be rejected without consideration. As a counter-movement to the Enforcers looking for Jinx, some of the Zornites decide, hey, why not all dress up like Jinx and paint everything blue? That is sure to piss off Piltover. And the rest, as they say, is history. This explanation is awful, but it's the only explanation I have. It relies entirely upon a collective having an unbreakable value that has not been stated, let alone explored. It requires that the Jinxoid cult not care at all that the person they are protecting and idolizing is directly responsible for their suffering. And it requires that they all collectively decided to emulate the appearance and the behavior of a psychopathic terrorist. This is a massive change in the state of the world that is covered unbelievably quickly, and the only time Arcane Season 2 even touches upon the idea of worshipping Jinx is with Random Kid. And Random Kid worships Jinx because she is a fucking child in desperate need of serious psychotherapy. Everyone else, well, fuck it. They all worship Jinx because they just kinda do. If these people actually wanted to effectively push back against the Enforcers, then collectively visually styling themselves after a mass-murdering psychopath so that they can immediately be identified as troublemakers is a rather interesting way to go about doing so. The Jinxoid cult is incredibly important to the plot of Act 2, both thematically and with regard to multiple character arcs, and yet the show does not spend any time whatsoever exploring why or how this happened. The final shot of this sequence shows Random Kid spray painting a large mural of Jinx waving a blue flag as the Jinx worshippers fight back against their enemy. In summary, this intro sequence to Act 2 tells us that the Enforcers invaded Zorn to capture Jinx following her repeated attacks against Piltover. The Zornites were not happy with being mistreated, and so they all decided to start worshipping Jinx and holding her up as a symbol against oppression. The Zornites know that Jinx is wanted for her crimes, and many of these crimes were directly against people who live in Zorn. Her attack on Piltover that was meant to involve her own death was a spectacular success. She was more successful than Silco ever was, and this symbolic act will have inspired some people in Zorn to be like, yeah, woo, stick it to the man. However, Jinx's attack directly led to the Enforcers and the Noxians taking over Zorn. Jinx's attack may have been perceived as revenge for Piltover gassing Zornites in the streets, but again, this was done as a direct result of Jinx's actions in Season 1. Additionally, Savika should hate Jinx, but doesn't for some reason. All of the remnants of the Chem Barons gangs should hate Jinx, because she was their enemy until very recently, and she is also the reason why their gangs do not exist anymore. The Firelights should hate Jinx because they know who Jinx is and what she has done. and Echo at least believed she was unrecoverable. And yet, all factions in Zorn appear to suddenly be on Team Jinx. They have inexplicably decided to start worshipping, or at the very least supporting, the very person responsible for their suffering as a symbol of rebellion. This does not make any fucking sense at all, and because this development takes place during a music video sequence that barely lasts a minute, there is virtually no elaboration that can be made upon this plot point. Everyone simply begins to worship Jinx because they do, even though Echo and Victor, unlike Jinx, have actually done a significant amount of work in trying to put Zorn back together. But Echo is not going to show up again in this dimension until the final episode of the series, and Victor is going to get a cult of his own very shortly. Meanwhile, Caitlin has found a new hole in a narrative move that comes out of fucking nowhere. And I can only assume this was inserted so as to misdirect a certain area of the Arcane fandom, desperate to see Caitlin and Vi go flap-slapping. This relationship has developed entirely, and I do mean entirely, off-screen. There was never so much as a hint that these two were interested in each other. Is Caitlin just seeking comfort? Is Girlman deliberately getting close to Caitlin as part of her molery? Unclear. Unknown. However, this does show that Caitlin has moved on from Vi. And I guess it potentially shows that Caitlin's sense of right and wrong is somewhat warped, because she is the supreme overlord of Piltover, and yet she is porking an employee. But sexing someone who works for you is not really that bad when compared to chemical warfare. There is more to this scene regarding Girlman, but to avoid overcomplicating things, I will wait until Act 3 to discuss her actions here, because there are a handful of possibilities, and I need to wait until we have full context. The short version is that Caitlin refuses to re-establish the Council or to withdraw from Zorn until Jinx has been apprehended. She is going to continue using her emergency powers, granted to her by a foreign warlord, until she avenges her mother. This, rather amusingly, means that at the start of episode 4, Caitlin is beginning to have second thoughts regarding her actions in Zorn, when she only committed to these actions at the end of episode 3. There was no time in between for us to explore the character as she oversees an invasion, making it feel as though the writers have summarized this development during a music video so that they can U-turn the character back as quickly as possible. One thing that is not mentioned in this scene, or in any other, that perhaps should have been is Jace. Caitlin and Jace are close friends, much as Season 2 wants us to forget, and Caitlin is never given the opportunity to acknowledge his disappearance. Caitlin doesn't mention, nor does she appear to care, that Jace is gone. The perspective amongst Piltover should be that Zorn clearly wants Jace dead, and given that he is now gone, they presumably succeeded. At the very least, this is the perspective Sallow and Shula should have, as they have the most information. Jace led unsanctioned incursions into Zorn that he regretted, indicating that something went wrong. He then met with Silco and made him a peace offer. Shortly afterwards, Silco's psychotic adoptive daughter blew up the council, and later released toxic gas into the streets of Piltover. Additionally, a pissed-off Chem Baron attacked Piltover in broad daylight, and Ambessa's lie about what happened to Amara means Piltover believes that Zorn is sending assassins after its leaders. And then, one day, both Mel and Jace inexplicably disappear. Whilst Ambessa and Sallow each independently acknowledge Mel's disappearance later, no one acknowledges Jace. Neither Ambessa nor Caitlin weaponize the disappearances of Jace and Mel to justify further aggression against Zorn. These disappearances do not inform any future actions taken by the remaining characters. Jace and Mel are simply written out of existence to service their own character arcs, and they are entirely forgotten about by the rest of the narrative. Given the time jump, Jace disappeared without a trace months ago, if not longer, so Caitlin randomly deciding on this particular day to be like,
"Oh no, I miss Jace. I wonder where he went,"
might seem like an odd thing to suddenly talk about, but this is a problem that the show has created for itself. Having Caitlin mention Jace here would be vastly preferable to her not ever mentioning Jace, because the fact that neither she nor anyone else ever addressed Jace's disappearance means that we are to assume that any and all discussions regarding Jace's disappearance happened off-screen between Acts 1 and 2, if they happened at all. which means we have absolutely no idea what anyone thinks what the general consensus is. If anyone has any theories, we get fucking nothing. And the way the show depicts this, or rather doesn't depict this, means that the impression given is that no one even fucking noticed that Jace, the de facto head of the council, the man of progress, the inventor of hex tech, and Caitlyn's close friend, hasn't been seen for months. Then we get to explore Jinx's relationship with Random Kid, except no we don't, because that relationship was also built off screen. Jinx is putting on a show for Random Kid, fighting two bugs against each other, these bugs being references to the Rift Herald and the Scuttle Crab from the video game, and therefore the scene is amazing because look, it's the thing from the thing. Like basically every scene in Arcane Season 2, this looks fantastic, but it's ultimately meaningless. The point is that we see what Random Kid sees, or at least what Jinx wants Random Kid to see through the lens of childlike innocence. Fine, but I don't know why so much incredible artistry was put into two bugs fighting instead of maybe tightening up the script, but I guess now that Season 1 is long gone, the days of doing both at once have gone with it. Much like the Jinxoid cult, Random Kid has decided to copy Jinx's appearance, but she has taken it one step further. She, or possibly Jinx, painted tattoos on her arms, and after winning a bet with Jinx, she gets her hair dyed blue. Additionally, she is seen wearing bunny ears, which is presumably a reference to the bunny in Season 1, which was a representation of one's childhood and innocence. This copycat behavior likely has slightly different meanings to both characters. Random Kid is very aware that Jinx has accidentally spawned a cult of worshippers who are painting everything blue, including themselves, and fighting back against the Enforcers. Random Kid not only wants to be like Jinx, but she also wants to be a member of the Jinxoid cult. She wants to be part of the team and to fight back against the enemy, whilst also wanting Jinx to assume her rightful place as the leader of the Jinxoid cult and the savior of Zorn. Jinx, however, is not interested in the Jinxoid cult. I am uncertain whether or not she is even aware of its existence, which means this is just, oh, okay, my adoptive sister wants to look exactly like I do, which isn't weird in the slightest. To state the fucking obvious, this is not a normal sisterly relationship. Random Kid wants to be Jinx. Kids and teenagers will often dress in strange ways. They will idolize celebrities or bands and will dress accordingly. They want to be part of the in-group and to signal to other people that they are a part of this particular group. Now, that's all well and good when little Jimmy starts listening to Slipknot, wears edgy shirts and dyes his hair black, but Jinx is a murderer and a psychopath. She accidentally killed Milo Clagger and Silco. She has killed 5 Firelights on screen, implied to be more off-screen. She has killed 16 Enforcers, plus Marcus. She has killed 3 counselors, and she has killed 6 gangsters. If we assume that her attack at the end of Act 1 led to 0 fatalities, which I think is a stretch, and if we assume that she did not kill anyone off-screen prior to Season 1, Episode 4, that makes a total of 34 people Jinx has killed so far. And whilst some were accidental or committed in self-defense, the vast majority of these are totally morally unjustifiable. Jinx has a higher body count than John Wayne Gacy, and Arcane completely avoids the rather inconvenient fact that Random Kid has been brainwashed by a psychotic murderer. Because Jinx is not a psychotic murderer anymore. She is on her redemption arc, you see, and so everyone has decided that she is the best.
And there was much rejoicing.
Jinx's relationship with Random Kid is perhaps the single most impactful piece of character growth for her, which is why the decision to accomplish this off-screen is infuriating. Jinx is now a totally different person.
Copper, brass.
She is a goofy goober. She discusses her past, her old name, Vi, and her relationship with Vi, any of which would have been a serious trigger point for her
Okay, I'll have to
just a
stop
few
the
months
brass.
prior.
That's fine.
By the end of Season 1, Powder had become Jinx, in that she had grown into a totally different person, having been molded by her experiences. This is precisely why, at the end of Season 1, when Vi tries to stop Jinx from shooting Caitlyn, Vi appeals to Jinx's past, her childhood and her friends, without understanding that this is the root of Jinx's trauma. And this core, fundamental concept of Jinx's character is entirely absent in Season 2. Jinx has now replaced her relationships with Vi and Silco with Random Kid. She is both reliving the childhood that she missed out on and is also acting as a role model for Random Kid. Jinx opens up to Random Kid in a way that she never has, with the exception of Silco, telling her that she used to be called Powder, and that Random Kid reminds Jinx of who she used to be. This is exceedingly blunt, and having Jinx verbalize this feels very much as though the writers did not trust the audience to interpret anything from the accompanying visuals. Such as, oh, I don't fucking know. How about the fact that Random Kid literally looks like a combination of Jinx and Powder? Season 1 made the very deliberate choice to not only depict, but to explore Jinx's trauma and the consequences of what happened to her as a child. Even in Act 1 of Season 2, Jinx was suicidal. And now, she seems to be totally fine and decidedly not crazy. All it takes to fix your deep, fundamental, defining trauma is for a kid to fall on you, I guess. She has even replaced the couch where she previously had her Milo and Clagger effigies with a little tent for Random Kid to live in. Jinx is cured. So, if you ever find yourself in a hopeless pit of despair, don't worry, because all you need to do is ditch all of your responsibilities and isolate yourself while the world burns around you. This is something that would usually indicate that someone's mental health has dramatically deteriorated. This is the kind of thing you might do if you are seriously depressed or worse. But with Jinx, we are expected to believe that she got better. In case you missed it, here is what I had to say on this topic when speculating about the direction Season 2 could take this character. Jinx is gone. I'm not saying they can't have her return to some semblance of sanity, but it is going to take a lot of work to make this convincing and believable. If Season 2 dedicates substantial time yo-yoing her back and forth while Vi tries to get her sister back, then it risks feeling like the show is retreading old ground. That story is done. It is time to move on. And I was unfortunately correct in my fears, as a significant portion of Season 2 deals with Vi and Jinx reconnecting as sisters, and this relies entirely upon Jinx recovering from the lowest of lows at the end of Season 1, through means no more complex or explored than Kid falls on head, and then time skip, and then she's all better now. Jinx becoming sane is absurd on a fundamental level. She was literally intending to kill herself in Act 1, and all it took for her to change her mind was for Random Kid to give her a hug. I don't mean to trivialize this, because the idea of someone deciding that life is worth living after someone else gives them a reason to continue living is a solid idea. The problem is that that's all we get. Jinx was suicidal, and then she realized that Random Kid cares about her and doesn't want her to die, and that Random Kid put herself in danger to save her. Cut forward a few months, and Jinx is now totally normal. Her past mental trauma has been healed, and she is just as sane as everyone else. Which means, Episode 3 suggested that such development might take place. We do not explore, nor do we even see that development progress. We simply cut forwards, and Jinx got better.
Pretty pathetic, huh?
A direct comparison can be drawn to Jinx and Silco's relationship, which also developed off-screen during a time jump. Season 1, Episode 3 ended with Powder attaching herself to Silco after disowning Vi as her sister. Silco realizing what just happened before embracing Powder, telling her, "We will show more." The next time we see these two characters together is after the attack at the Hex Gates, and we see the kind of father-daughter relationship they have established. The reason why Season 1 pulls this off is because at the end of Act 1, Powder had already been broken. She had been abandoned by her family. She had rejected Vi. She had embraced Silco. Silco had shown affection towards her, and he had accepted her as his daughter. As is suggested later in Season 1, Jinx was created in the closing moments of Act 1. This is not something that happened off-screen during the time jump. After establishing this change, we jump forwards by a few years, and the next time we see Jinx, she murders a bunch of firelights and is not exactly what you would call a well-adjusted individual, and this is intuitive and natural given what happened in Act 1. Conversely, looking at Season 2, Act 1 ends with Random Kid protecting Jinx in a way that absolutely should not have protected Jinx. Jinx is given no real time to respond to this, and then Savika detonates the explosive, and that's the last time we see them. To make sure I'm being as clear as possible, Caitlin shoots the gun out of Random Kid's hand. Random Kid then hugs Jinx and refuses to let go. Jinx repeatedly and frustratedly tries to push Random Kid away, saying, "Get off me," and "Scram, kid." Jinx then recognizes that Vi just saved her from Caitlin because Vi did not want another child to die, and then, as the bomb goes off, Jinx rolls over to protect Random Kid from the explosion. Random Kid hugging Jinx in this manner was not a means by which to save Jinx, because, as I went through in part 1, Caitlin could easily have killed or captured Jinx regardless. Random Kid was hugging Jinx purely because she did not want to lose her, not because it served any kind of practical purpose. This means Random Kid showing affection caused Jinx to not want to die anymore, to decide to adopt Random Kid, for them to live happily together in isolation for at least a few months, and for all of this to dramatically improve Jinx's mental health. Unlike in Season 1, this development takes place entirely off-screen. The only reference we have for Jinx caring about Random Kid in Act 1 is that she protects her from the explosion, but this only communicates that Jinx does not want Random Kid to die, and it does not suggest that Jinx decided in that moment that Random Kid has given her a reason to fundamentally change as a character. And it is largely due to the fact that the relationship between Jinx and Random Kid was built entirely off-screen that the later payoffs involving their relationship feel forced, manipulative, and sorely lacking the kind of emotional weight they were clearly going for. Now it is symbolism time. Random Kid's bug won the fight, and so Jinx wants to dispose of her bug who lost, because her bug is past its prime. Random Kid stops her and encourages a rematch, which is an obvious parallel to Jinx herself.
A rematch. Vengeance. Redemption. The inexplicable release of bodily gases.
This does not work at all. The last time Jinx had a fight with Vi, she wanted it to end with her own death. And the reason she wanted this was because she had lost everyone close to her, and she believed that she had no reason to keep on living. Jinx was past her prime. But the show does not agree, because Jinx is now sitting back, putting her feet up and raising a little psychopath of her own, which the show seems to think is her being disposed of because she is past her prime. Essentially, Random Kid is saying, hey, don't dispose of yourself, get back out there and fight, even though the last time you fought you tried to dispose of yourself. Anyway, after the events of episode 3, Jinx's weapons are all destroyed. The minigun was ripped in half, and we do not see it during this scene. The rocket launcher was blown up by bullshit, and although Jinx has kept some of the parts, she has not repaired it. And finally, her pistol has a big hole in it from Caitlin's bullet. Random Kid gives Jinx her pistol, which Jinx does not accept, and she asks if Savika put Random Kid up to this. What is their relationship with Savika? Well, I'm glad you asked. Moving on. Speaking of moving on, Jinx has moved on. She is dead, and she wants to stay hidden and do nothing. We have no idea what she thinks about Vi or Caitlin. Does she think they are dead? Does she think she achieved what she set out to achieve in episode 2? Does she care that the Enforcers are attacking Zorn? Was this the end of her plan? Because the original plan was seemingly to go out in a blaze of glory, to kill herself and Vi and presumably Caitlin, and also to detonate her bombs all over Piltover as a final middle finger. Piltover then responded and went into the Undercity by force, which Jinx surely would have expected but didn't care about. This means Jinx demonstrably does not care about Zorn, because if everything had gone according to plan, then Piltover would have attacked Zorn after Jinx had killed herself. And this is all very strange, because Jinx accepting who she was at the end of Season 1 was a huge character moment that the show had been building towards, and now Jinx seems to be aware that Jinx is a symbol for Zorn.
Jinx is dead.
Despite the fact that she has not embraced this role at this point, and she is unwilling to play the role of the savior Zorn needs. We spent 3 episodes with Powder, 6 episodes developing the character of Jinx, climaxing in her accepting that she is a Jinx, and that Powder is gone. We then spent 2 episodes with Jinx as a nihilistic suicidal outcast, and now, suddenly, she has decided that Jinx is dead so that she can live in a cave for the rest of her life with her pet random kid. It is then revealed that Ambessa is conducting wacky experiments in Stillwater, and she is evidently still pursuing her goal of weaponizing hex tech that was stated in Season 1. She has a goat person locked in a room who flips a switch and gets vaporized. There is so much wrong with this that I don't know where to start. But let's open with asking, why the fuck
Those
was this
mushrooms,
contraption built such that the operator has to be inside the room with the gemstone? Would it not make far more sense for both Ambessa and for whomever built this thing for it to operate in such a way that does not consume a valuable scientist every time something goes wrong? This also suggests that Ambessa has been grabbing scientists one by one. Innovation works, and that is not how anyone with a fucking brain would go about cracking hex tech.
To the secret lab. Oh, feel the power.
Oh, I can feel it.
Pull the lever, Kronk.
I lost a piece of sand somewhere.
Perhaps the most obvious question, however, is why did Ambessa not do this publicly?
Hello, young science minds. Who wants to be the next man of progress and crack hex tech for me so that we can defend ourselves against those grubby, yucky criminals who live over there?
And you may be thinking, but Random, we don't know that she didn't do precisely this. This goat person might be scared, but how do we know that he isn't here willingly? Well, given that the consequences of this failure are that the goat person gets vaporized, and given that there are 0 consequences for Ambessa vaporizing presumably many goat people, given that the only people in this room are Ambessa, Rictus, and 2 Noxian guards, and given that this scientific experimentation is being conducted inside a prison rather than inside the Academy of Science, this would all suggest that Ambessa's actions are not known about, nor have they been approved by Piltover. Speaking of, what is the state of Piltover's leadership at this point in time? We know that Caitlin is in charge because Ambessa said so. We know that the council is not currently a political entity, and so Sallow and Shula presumably have 0 authority. And we are then apparently expected to believe that Ambessa can do whatever she wants because no one can stop her. Anyway, this all means that it is not unlikely, dare I say it is rather probable, that Ambessa has been abducting goat scientists and feeding them into this Hextech machine in an effort to try and harness its power, and that no one noticed when all of Piltover's scientists started disappearing. Given Ambessa's objective, it would make sense to force the most likely candidates to crack Hextech. She would want to specifically target the smartest and the most experienced scientists the City of Progress has to offer, and still, no one notices when all of the most prolific scientists in Piltover start disappearing.
It makes sense. Don't be a bitch.
Speaking of people disappearing, Jace, Heimerdinger, and Mel all disappeared in Episode 3. Ambessa and Rictus discuss whether the Black Rose was responsible for Jace and Heimerdinger's disappearances, which doesn't really make any sense. Jace, okay, fine, Jace disappeared around the same time as Mel did. Heimerdinger, meanwhile, was already gone before Ambessa arrived. Regardless, Ambessa suspects that the Black Rose are behind both of their disappearances, so as to prevent her from getting what she wants, and this does make an amount of sense given her objective and her state of mind. However, now that Jace is gone, Ambessa's next natural move should be to look for Victor. Victor, if you recall, because we haven't seen him since episode 2, is currently openly helping people in Zorn as a techno-Jesus. He is not doing this in secret, and he is gaining a reputation. Given the resources at her disposal, it is unbelievable that Ambessa would be unable to locate Victor, and so the writers simply do not address this. Because if Ambessa said,
"Damn it, Rictus, where the fuck is that asshole Victor? I need him to make magic weapons."
Rictus would reply,
He's in Zorn. He's doing a Jesus thing. He's been there for months. How have you not noticed?
Ambessa is pissed off at this repeated failure to crack Hextech, and I can certainly empathize, because I don't know how no one has been able to accomplish this, given what Piltover is, and given how much time has passed. This is the City of Progress, known for its scientific advancement and nurturing of great minds. These great minds would have access to Jace's lab technology and notes, and they have evidently had months to accomplish this. But Season 2 takes the view that Jace, Victor, and, I guess, Jinx are just so incomprehensibly smart that no one else can do what they do. Everyone else is seemingly entirely incompetent. This makes the world feel that much smaller because there are no people in this setting beyond the ones with names. And because the characters with names have been ejected from the story, it is impossible for anyone else to crack Hextech. Anyway, Ambessa is pissed off that she was too slow to secure the scientists, presumably referring specifically to Jace and Victor, confirming that Ambessa is indeed retarded for having risked Jace's life in the way that she did in episode 1. Also, the Black Rose stuff happening at exactly the same time as the Wild Rune stuff is yet another insane convenience because it allows for Mel to be absent for basically the rest of Season 2, which then affects Ambessa's actions and motivation. The only reason Ambessa is able to do what she does throughout Act 2 is because Mel is not present. And on that thought, we need to clarify what exactly Ambessa is doing and why. Her goal is to recreate a weaponized version of Hextech, at which point she will return to Noxus and attempt to rescue Mel from the Black Rose. She doesn't care about either Zorn or Piltover, and the reason why she declared that Caitlin was in charge at the end of Act 1 was so that she could control Piltover from the shadows, which would make it easier for her to achieve her goal of acquiring Hextech weapons. However, both Ambessa and Rictus appear to be highly motivated to capture Jinx, and it is unclear why. Jinx has been missing for months, however long the time jump was, so it's not like she's been attacking Piltover relentlessly and getting in Ambessa's way. Ambessa should want to draw out this invasion for as long as possible, because that will give her more time to crack Hextech while everyone else is distracted, while she has Caitlin's ear, and while the council is disbanded. The only reason I can think of for why she would want to capture Jinx is because she expects that she may be able to claim Hextech as her reward for doing so, but this doesn't work because we are seemingly expected to believe that no one knows how to make Hextech now that Jace and Victor are gone. One possibility that does help to explain this, despite requiring that the audience do a substantial amount of work for the writers, is that Ambessa may be interested in capturing Jinx because she knows that Jinx is the only character in Arcane capable of harnessing the power of Hextech, as Jace is currently dimension hopping and Victor has been forgotten about until episode 6. Ambessa knows that Jinx blew up the council, and I think, given Jinx's history and given the nature of the attack, it is probably reasonable that Ambessa could have deduced that Jinx did so using a Hextech weapon. This would confirm to her that Jinx is at the very least familiar with these weapons, and so may be able to assist her in cracking Hextech. This idea is not present in the show. There are 0 lines of dialogue that reference this motive, and Ambessa never directly addresses her interest in Jinx, which is why her actions are needlessly confusing. We then join Rictus at a security checkpoint in Zorn. Rictus is here personally keeping an eye on things, although it appears Ambessa has learned from the mistake she made in Act 1 that no one noticed, and she has kept the halberd with the magic runes with her so that the Black Rose can't assassinate her while Rictus is off looking for Jinx. Unfortunately, the far more likely reason why Rictus does not have his halberd is because if he did, he would have thrown it at random kid, believing her to be Jinx, so the writers just didn't put it in this scene. We were so close to making this make sense. Anyway, Rictus is evidently very perceptive as he notices someone wearing a hat and figures it is probably worth checking to see if there is any blue hair beneath the hat, because in order for someone to be on Team Jinx, they must have blue hair. Which means, if you are bald, a fish person, a goat person, or a biker mouse from Mars, you are not allowed to be on Team Jinx, and you can therefore pass through the checkpoint unmolested. Because Rictus is the only character who seems to understand what is going on, he tells the Zornites,
You have Jinx to thank for this. She is not your friend. She is not your champion. She hides while you suffer, and yet you refuse to hand her over.
Which is absolutely true. There is no ambiguity. The Zornites are inexplicably protecting the person who keeps murdering people and blowing up politicians. So, whilst Piltover's invasion of Zorn is portrayed as excessive and violent, What the fuck were these people expecting? Rictus is frustratedly appealing to the Zornites by saying, "What is wrong with you people? Jinx is a maniac.
God.
Stop painting everything blue and hand her over." And I take this as confirmation that neither Rictus nor Ambessa knows that Jinx killed Silco. Bear with me. Caitlin and Vi know that this is what happened. The council was informed that Jinx was responsible for the attack and that Silco is dead, whilst Ambessa and Rictus were present. Ambessa has also been shown to be at further council meetings despite not being a councillor, and she appears to confide in Rictus, trusting him perhaps more than anyone else. If Caitlin told anyone
Minced
that Jinx
beef,
killed
tomato
Silco,
sauce.
Ambessa would know about it. And yet, the fact that Rictus does not leverage this information in this very scene indicates that neither of them are aware of this fact, which strongly implies that Caitlin just kind of didn't tell anyone for some reason. Not only did she not tell anyone, but she evidently decided to keep this information to herself after the events of Act 1, despite the fact that revealing this information would only help her capture Jinx. At the very least, it would cause unrest and uncertainty. If the wrong person were to learn of this, a certain scary cyborg lady, for example, then the plot resolves itself very quickly because Savika knows where Jinx is. Then Random Kid sets off an explosion of fireworks and launches some smoke grenades, pretending to be Jinx so as to inspire the Zornites. She failed to convince Jinx to be the hero Gotham needs, and so she decided to suit up and assume the symbolic role of Jinx, defender of the innocent, protector of the weak, and all-around big fat hero. Now, Random Kid has somehow set up this insane set piece, complete with a giant mural, speakers, music, fireworks, and paint bombs attached to umbrellas. I don't know how she could possibly... That's too polite. There is no fucking way this should have been possible. This elaborate demonstration was set up directly next to a security checkpoint manned by enforcers who are looking for Jinx. And whilst I don't take any issue with Random Kid learning from Jinx over the last few months and being able to set up this kind of thing, I do take tremendous issue with her being able to do this alone right next to a security checkpoint. In the chaos, the Zornites take the opportunity to push through the enforcers and escape, although Rictus is able to capture this guy from earlier. He is later interrogated by Rictus in front of Ambessa, eventually revealing that Savika has arranged a gathering by Vanda's statue. And we are apparently to believe that the enforcers would not have noticed this mass gathering at a very notable location in Zorn, if not for this information being directly revealed to Rictus. It is therefore very lucky that this guy knows about this meeting, because this gathering that Savika has arranged is totally unrelated to what just happened at the security checkpoint and is therefore unrelated to this guy being captured.
What? Does that not count as raw fish?
Later, Caitlin is brought a piece of evidence from the scene at the checkpoint, and she confirms that it was built by Jinx. She is possibly mistaken, as this was likely built by Random Kid without Jinx's knowledge, or potentially Random Kid stole one of Jinx's bombs. Girlman questions whether it was Jinx, as there was no body count and no theatrics, and she suggests that there may be a copycat. I can't pin this next criticism solely on Girlman because I don't know what she knows, and she did not personally witness the incident, but it would honestly have been very strange if there was a body count, because there was a combination of Zornites and enforcers at the checkpoint, and although Jinx will happily blow up a load of enforcers, there is no reason why Caitlin and Girlman should expect that Jinx would carelessly blow up her own cult members. Piltover believes that Jinx is behind the unification of Zorn. And so, dropping a load of paint bombs on a security checkpoint so as to allow her people to escape, whilst also putting on a fireworks show with some music, is exactly the kind of thing they should expect Jinx would do. Girlman continues, "This doesn't have to change what we talked about this morning," making me wonder, what is it that they talked about this morning? Must have been another one of those off-screen conversations, because the conversation we saw was,
"You can reform the council and leave Zorn." No.
Girlman speaks as though Caitlin was potentially open to this idea, which was absolutely not the case. Anyway, then Ambessa interrupts and they both ask Girlman to leave. Ambessa has decided to have a chat with Caitlin because she is worried that Jinx's supposed return will ignite a resistance and undo the work she has done in taking back Zorn. Caitlin reveals that she knows Rictus was causing trouble, even though he was presumably acting on Ambessa's orders. I have no idea why Caitlin has a problem with Rictus's actions, given the excessive levels of bullshit that she is responsible for, but we're just gonna slide right on past that one. Rather interestingly, Ambessa appears to be asking Caitlin for permission to beat information out of the guy they captured, because chronologically that hasn't happened yet. She suggests that one of the people at the checkpoint must know where Jinx is, which is a stretch, but okay. But Caitlin shoots down this idea.
Arrests require calls.
You pompous, stuck-up, snot-nosed, English, giant, twerp, scumbag, fuck-face, dickhead, asshole.
Well, well, well. This is a
That
remarkable
was
change of perspective from
quite a
Caitlin,
bit.
and like many moments of character development in Season 2, it comes out of fucking nowhere. I take it Caitlin has already arranged for the release of Henot, whose only crime was that he worked for Smeech. Could Caitlin have calmed down a bit and realized that maybe she went slightly too far when she gassed Zorn? Yeah, sure, but the show has skipped that development and just had her be like, no, we can't arrest people for no reason. Law and order, we have to do things by the book or something. Caitlin appears to have had a change of heart regarding the use of excessive force, but I can't tell you why.
Why is peace always the justification for violence?
It isn't. Caitlin's actions were done partly in the name of peace, but also largely in the name of revenge. Also, peace is quite a good justification for violence, certainly a better justification than revenge. And so whilst the writers clearly want the audience to consider this line as some kind of poignant thematic beat, it simply does not work coming from Caitlin. So Caitlin refuses to approve of arrests on the off chance that someone knows where Jinx is, prompting Ambessa to make an emotional appeal, saying that Caitlin will never rest knowing that Jinx is still out there. She suggests that Caitlin may be stronger than her, strong enough to forgive, and she says this because she knows that Caitlin will still be motivated to avenge her mother. Caitlin, of course, has no intention of forgiving Jinx. This is good character work for Ambessa, as she very effectively continues to manipulate Caitlin, and Ambessa knows that despite Caitlin's protests, she still absolutely wants to avenge her mother. Ambessa is shown to be astute and cunning, and moments like this are the rare light that shines through Season 2 and reminds me of who this character once was. Meanwhile, Sallow is still getting a paint job in a brothel. Cat Lady has apparently continued to service Sallow, likely because she is his employee, although Cat Lady never acknowledges the fact that Mel, whom she was gathering information for, got snapped out of reality a few months earlier. Actually, hold on. Cat Lady was terrified of Ambessa, and she was pressured into revealing very dangerous information to Mel regarding Ambessa and Sallow's planned takeover. As Mel was abducted before she could do anything with this information, it should appear to Cat Lady that someone eliminated Mel so as to prevent her from getting in the way of Ambessa and Sallow. Given how twitchy Cat Lady was, the inexplicable disappearance of Mel, followed by Ambessa suddenly gaining a lot of power in Piltover, should have freaked her the fuck out. Cat Lady should believe that Ambessa, or someone else with aligned interests, assassinated Mel, the person she was working for in gathering dangerous information. What if Mel spilled the beans and revealed the names of her spies? Well, because none of this is addressed, we have to assume that Cat Lady just forgot how scared and twitchy she was, and she just continued with her normal life after essentially her handler inexplicably goes missing.
Dumb bitch.
Anyway, Sallow hasn't shaved, and he talks about himself, reminiscing about when he had status. He is entirely selfish and has seemingly been in a downward spiral for months. He also mentions his belief that Mel will not be coming back, given how long she has been gone, but he does not question where Mel is or who caused her disappearance. Upon realizing how desperate Sallow is for both attention and for Shimmer, as he has evidently built up a resistance to the drug, Cat Lady takes pity on him and suggests visiting a certain healer in the Fissures, referring to Victor.
They say he makes miracles happen.
Rice.
I saw one.
What the fuck?
That is what we can call a broken line of dialogue. I hear tales on the wind that he can do really cool shit. Also, I saw him do really cool shit. And that is what happens when you don't proofread your scripts. Following Random Kid's demonstration at the checkpoint, Savika returns to Jinx and is pissed off that she wasn't informed that this was going to go down. Jinx also has no idea what happened, but they both figure it was Random Kid. Savika wants to capitalize on this and suggests leveraging Jinx's status as a symbol to motivate the people of Zorn to fight back so that they can reclaim their home. Savika has at this point already arranged a rally, which makes this a happy coincidence because this rally was apparently planned prior to the demonstration at the checkpoint. This also means Savika decided to arrange a rally between the various disenfranchised subfactions within Zorn, and she arranged this rally whilst Zorn is occupied by Piltover. And rather predictably, this rally goes horribly wrong, and I have no idea what Savika was expecting.
You goddamn moron.
Jinx is unsure what to feel after Savika suggests that she owes it to Silco to inspire the Zornites to reclaim their home, and so she heads to the last drop and speaks to Silco's empty chair. As for what the last drop is, now that Silco and his gang, as well as all other Chem Barons and their respective gangs, have been deleted from the story, I simply can't tell you. This location was incredibly important in Season 1, and in Season 2 it may as well not exist. Anyway, Jinx speaking to Silco's empty chair is not portrayed as though she is hallucinating or
Dough,
otherwise
onion,
being
bell pepper,
crazy.
tomato
She
sauce.
knows that Silco is gone. He is not a voice in her head, she has moved on, and she is no longer insane. Jinx tells Silco's chair that she knows Savika is right, and she does indeed owe it to Silco. However, she doesn't want to risk losing Random Kid. She doesn't want to repeat the mistakes of the past. This sets up a conflict for Jinx between the old and the new. She cares so much for Random Kid that this relationship takes priority over what she knows Silco would have wanted. The problem with this, aside from the fact that this relationship was developed off-screen, is that Jinx is a shit sister. She claims to really care about Random Kid's safety, but upon realizing that Random Kid just dressed up as her and set off an elaborate trap at the security checkpoint and somehow survived, she decides instead of
Chicken
trying
cuts,
to
bone
maybe
meal,
dissuade
rice.
Random Kid from any further acts of ill-advised vigilantism, to go and spend hours, yes, hours, speaking to Silco's empty chair. And the reason we know Jinx was gone for hours is because Savika said,
"We're having a rally tonight."
and then Jinx leaves, and when she comes back, the rally has already happened. So either Savika meant to say, we're having a rally in about 20 minutes, or Jinx was chatting with an empty chair for hours, moments after the revelation that Random Kid is actively putting herself in danger trying to impress her. Caitlin sits by the memorial for her mother. Gurlman is also there. Caitlin appears to be considering what she is doing, although, again, the lack of dialogue makes this unclear. Is Caitlin considering taking Gurlman's advice and pulling out of Zorn and reforming the council? Or is she aware of what Ambessa is doing, and she is considering the cost of what is about to happen? Unclear. Unknown. Intercut with this, we see that the Firelights have added Echo to their mural of those they have lost. Presumably, I guess they think Echo suddenly abandoned them because one day he left and didn't come back. Don't worry though, this plot point will not be addressed later in the season. Because the Firelights are assholes, there is no painting of Heimerdinger on the mural, even though he appeared to be a fully integrated and productive member of their community. Then a couple of the Firelights mask up and head to Savika's rally. Because Echo is now gone, the Firelights have apparently become so desperate for guidance that they decided to attend a rally organized by Silco's number 2, at which Jinx, the psychopath who murdered 5 of them in Season 1, but was implied to have been more, is expected to be attending to unite them all against Piltover. No fucking way. You can't just drop in that the Firelights are now chill with Jinx and not provide any elaboration. But because the pacing of Season 2 is completely fucked, and because the writers have decided to prioritize other stuff, the conflict between the various factions in Zorn that persisted throughout Season 1 has been entirely eradicated during this time jump. Savika waits at Vanda's statue, the man she betrayed and whose child she has repeatedly attempted to kill. Random Kid gears up and puts on war paint. Jericho is serving Harold before he closes shop and heads to the statue. I don't know why Harold is in Zorn. My understanding was that Harold was a guard in the Academy of Science. So this either tells us that Caitlin has emptied Piltover of all enforcers so as to ensure her success in capturing Jinx, or it tells us that Harold traveled into Zorn whilst off shift because Jericho's eatery is just that damn good. Anyway, we see the Jinxoid cult continue to paint everything blue because
I agree. Jericho's is that
here
good.
for some reason. So, everyone shows up and Savika tells everyone to work together. They grew up together, ate the same scraps, and they have the same enemies. Noxians down our throats, enforcers raiding our homes, innocents getting taken to Stillwater. All of which is happening because of Jinx, but we're not going to mention that inconvenient detail.
No.
Everyone present must surely know that this is Jinx's fault, but because redemption arc and Batman shit, everyone worships her fuck off.
Cooked
So
calamari
Savika gives her
slice.
speech and everyone is like, oh, okay, cool, where's Jinx? Where is she? I demand to see the character from the video game. For you see, Savika can't do this without Jinx, the symbol. Random Kid then lights the blue smoke flare from Season 1 and stands on top of the statue, symbolizing that anyone can be Jinx. Jinx is everyone. The real Jinx is the Jinx inside each and every one of us. Jinx is like Batman. To be a Jinx is a rebellious spirit, a freedom fighter, and a light in the darkness. And I fucking hate this. Jinx is not any of these things. Jinx is a seriously mentally damaged person who is destruction and self-destruction incarnate. This wasn't even something that Arcane reinvented in between seasons. This was true until this very episode. So despite obviously not being Jinx, Random Kid starts to inspire everyone simply by looking like Jinx. Everyone raises their fists in the air, whilst the Firelights look at each other and appear to consider directly supporting the person who murdered a bunch of them last season. And then, thank the fucking gods, Rictus shows up and spears Savika's random bullshit arm immediately. This is the first, but not the last time, that an army of Noxians will sneak up on everyone, and I don't know how, but okay, fine. Rictus orders that the crowd be arrested.
And I don't know how,
Breaks
but okay,
out, and
fine.
everyone is apprehended. Random Kid is then inspired by Jinx, or I guess what Season 2 considers to be the idea of Jinx, to be a hero and save everyone. And so she leaps from the sky and tries to take down Rictus in a move that could easily have gotten her killed, but instead results in her being knocked out and arrested. This child's insane, misguided devotion and worship for a deranged lunatic gets her thrown in prison, until the deranged lunatic harnesses how deranged she is and busts her out, and I wish I was joking, but I am sadly not. Jinx returns to her lab and is like, woo, I'm back. Don't ask where I was because I was off screen doing stuff and things, but now I'm back. Jinx was written to be absent from her lab doing something. She had to be absent, you see, for Random Kid to go to the rally and be captured, because otherwise Jinx presumably wouldn't have allowed this given the risks and given her new priorities and her desire to put her feet up and bond with Random Kid.
I got something going now. I don't want to mess it up.
This seems minor, but the entire plot of Season 2 hinges upon this moment. Jinx is separated from Random Kid, which leads to the prison break, which leads to the Warwick and Vi stuff, and the only reason why Jinx is separated from Random Kid is because she was off-screen. Savika then staggers back to Jinx's hideout, spilling goo all over the place.
I mean, the Warwick stuff
I'm
would have happened
sorry, woman,
even
how
if
the
Jinx
fuck
was
did you
captured.
escape? And how
'Cause
did
it's
no one
singed.
notice the trail of goo and decide to follow
She
it?
just isn't,
Had anyone present noticed
you know, leading
and
the
followed
prison
this
break from the
trail of
outside.
goo, then they would have been led directly to Jinx, which obviously the writers can't allow to happen, so no one noticed. I don't know. This is unfortunately the single instance of Rictus acting out of character, because elsewhere he is shown to be highly perceptive and competent. If Savika was just some random Zornite, then this would be bad enough, but she is, or at the very least was, a major player in Zorn's criminal underground. She is easily recognizable, she was injured, and the Enforcers and Rictus have every reason to capture her as a priority. Anyway, she tells Jinx that the Enforcers captured Random Kid, and then Jinx becomes crazy again. Because Season 2 does not care about Season 1. Season 1 was oftentimes a thoughtful exploration of insanity, whereas Season 2 is a clown show where people become crazy and not crazy at the whims of the writers.
She came to the rally. You know what's
The implication here is that the only thing keeping Jinx sane was Random Kid, which means Jinx was not sane. She was just temporarily distracted. She hears a load of voices from Season 1 calling her a Jinx, and Season 2 recontextualizes all of this as her being told, hey, hero, get out there and be a Jinx. It's hero time. You gotta go rescue Random Kid and be the symbol Gotham deserves. This is a tremendous reversal of what Jinx was and what Jinx meant in Season 1. Powder was repeatedly called a Jinx by her friends because she was seen as useless. She was desperate to prove to everyone that she was strong and capable, and that she didn't need looking after. In episode 3, Vi says that Milo was right and calls Powder a Jinx before abandoning her, causing Powder the most emotional pain she could have experienced. By the end of Season 1, Jinx attempts to restore her relationship with Vi without understanding that she is not the child she once was, and that things can never go back to the way that they were. After accidentally killing Silco, Jinx decisively embraces the identity of Jinx.
Are all the same.
She makes everything go wrong. Everyone close to her dies. She jinxes every job. No matter what she does, she cannot escape what she is and what she has become, the monster her sister created. Season 2 then takes this idea of Jinx and turns it into an aspirational beacon of rebellion, hope, and a fight against oppression. Jinx is forced by the plot to re-embrace what it is to be Jinx, but for reasons that are entirely disconnected from what Jinx meant in Season 1. And this sequence right here, with the various faces and voices of her trauma that have not been seen since the climax of Season 1, suggests that she should become Jinx again, because doing so is necessary to rescue Random Kid. Season 2 seems to treat Jinx's crippling mental abnormalities as a superpower that she needs to learn how to control. No, it fucking isn't. And after this brief episode, Jinx's mental health goes back to how it has been throughout the rest of Season 2. And off she goes on a heroic quest to rescue Random Kid from prison. Which means the writers have exploited Jinx's deep emotional trauma and turned it into a good thing that she needs to embrace in order to rescue Random Kid. This is completely fucked and totally undermines what this all meant in Season 1. And so, after 30 minutes of screen time, I am sufficiently convinced that Jinx is now annihilated. Everyone who got arrested is being taken to Stillwater. Singed comforts Random Kid and says, "Don't worry, we won't be staying long. I have an utterly insane evil plan that would never work, but will work out absolutely perfectly, and ensure that all main characters survive." Singed plays quite an important role in this next sequence, so for now, I'm going to limit discussion to what he does, and I will look at why he does what he does in a later section. As he was arrested, Singed sliced his hand open, and as he surrendered, he squeezed some blood onto the floor, which caused his giant wolf monster to wake up.
Mission accomplished.
For you see, Singed has created a giant wolf robot zombie monster, and for simplicity, I am going to refer to this creation as Warwick. The name Warwick is never used in Arcane, but in case you were unaware, this creature is a champion from League of Legends named Warwick. So Warwick escapes from Singed's lab and runs through the Undercity following Singed's blood, and he will inelegantly slam into the plot of Season 2 very shortly. Anyway, Singed telling Random Kid not to worry seems to suggest that Singed cares about Random Kid. Perhaps because she is a child and Singed's whole motivation revolves around his own daughter, which, yeah, okay, that would be perfectly fine if Singed's method of escaping prison was something decidedly less obscenely dangerous and risky than summoning a rage monster to murder everyone. Meanwhile, Jinx and Savika have followed the enforcers to the cable car station where they are sending the prisoners to Stillwater. Jinx cracks a joke about Savika being a lefty due to her arm, when previously she said that her clever comebacks are not what they used to be since meeting Random Kid. Which I guess means that now that Random Kid is gone, Jinx has quite literally got her jokes back. Anyway, Jinx says that because they can't swim to Stillwater, that leaves the fun option. Which probably means Jinx is about to murder a bunch of people because, I mean, this character is Jinx. We see an enforcer being a goofball for some reason before Jinx turns herself in.
If into the security recordings you go, only pain will you find.
It's me, your vile villainess, the author of your nightmares, the thread of your...
writers have infuriatingly turned Jinx into Harley Quinn, despite having carefully avoided that comparison in Season 1. She is now a silly goofster, having changed entirely off-screen during the time jump. She is not shot or arrested immediately because this enforcer, for some unknown fucking reason, thinks that Jinx is not Jinx.
Jinx? Yeah, never heard that before. You expect me to believe Jinx wears pants like that?
What's wrong with my pants?
This suggests that, on multiple occasions, Zornites have committed crimes whilst pretending to be Jinx.
I mean, that part makes
sense. It is one thing for Random Kid to be mistaken for Jinx at a glance when she is standing on a building wearing a cloak, but it is quite another for some random Zornite to show up looking exactly fucking like Jinx, and for this enforcer to not recognize her. This doesn't lead to anything narratively because Jinx's idiot plan does not work and Savika is forced to step in and knock out the enforcer, which is something they could have just done from the start, and so this means the writers inserted this very strange back and forth purely for comedic reasons, which means they sacrificed Jinx's supposed intelligence on the altar of the lols. And yes, Jinx's plan here was indeed for her to walk up to an enforcer and say, "Hello, please arrest me." Yes, it may not be a great strategy to use guns and bombs, as would usually be typical of Jinx, because this is a mission of stealth, and Jinx is not known for being stealthy. However, there are many ways that Jinx and Savika could apprehend a single enforcer that do not involve walking up to them and saying, "Hello, I'm Jinx." The enforcer, however, does not apprehend Jinx, despite believing this person to be a Jinx copycat who is hanging around a high-security prison.
By all accounts, it does make sense.
And given the behavior of the enforcers in the last few months, this is flatly unbelievable. Having blue hair is enough to get you arrested, and yet looking exactly fucking like Jinx and sneaking around a prison at night is not something to be suspicious of whatsoever. Savika then knocks out the enforcer. Jinx will wear the uniform and will pretend to have captured Savika. It worked on the Death Star, and so what could possibly go wrong here? Well, absolutely nothing, because all characters involved have the collective processing power of a dead squirrel. This plan relies upon the believability of a single enforcer capturing Savika, the most wanted criminal that we are aware of in Zorn, with the single exception of Jinx herself, and no one questioning this. Not only is Jinx's helmet not on properly, but she also has blue hair sticking out, which, I'm sorry, the show keeps changing its mind. Are the enforcers competent, or are they just fucking clowns? Well, not only does no one notice her blue hair, but an enforcer flirts with Jinx whilst she is disguised, and Jinx responds with a robot middle finger with a Jinx doodle on it. This doesn't raise any alarm bells. These enforcers don't seem to be aware of Jinx's distinctive art style and her tendency to draw on everything. Put simply, Jinx and Savika's behavior here is suspicious as fuck, and yet they managed to get all the way into the prison and bust everyone out because the enforcers and the prison guards are even more retarded than they are. Then Ambessa walks past after having exploded some more goat people. Jinx readies her pistol that is strapped to the outside of her leg. Why the fuck is her very obviously not an enforcer's pistol strapped to her thigh? This should be a dead giveaway, and this was also not necessary because Jinx could have taken the enforcer's rifle when she took the uniform. But anyway, because Ambessa is now an idiot, she doesn't notice the badly dressed enforcer with blue hair and very pale skin, nor does she notice Jinx's pistol, and she walks out of the building without incident. Despite Ambessa being accompanied by Rictus in about 90% of their scenes, Rictus isn't here for some reason. Presumably because he is far too perceptive for the writers, given his past behavior regarding the detection of blue-haired individuals, and so they wrote him to be doing off-screen things. So Jinx's pistol was destroyed in episode 3, and she had not repaired it by the start of episode 4. Random Kid wanted Jinx to repair it and to assume the symbolic role of Jinx that the writers have thrust upon her. Jinx refused, then Random Kid got captured, and so Jinx was forced to bust her out of prison, and at some point in amongst all of this, Jinx evidently not only repaired her pistol, but also turned it into a Hextech weapon. This doesn't make any sense. There is no space for her to have done this, nor was there any reason for her to do this. Option 1 is that she fixed the pistol after Random Kid got captured, which doesn't line up chronologically, given that Warwick is rampaging towards Stillwater throughout all of this. And option 2 is that this is not the same pistol, and Jinx had a second one. But if this is true, then the symbolic meaning of her first pistol being damaged and her refusing to repair it becomes entirely meaningless. Which basically means the writers transformed this broken pistol into a Hextech pistol because they knew Jinx would need it in about 5 minutes' time. Anyway, Jinx and Savika defeat all of the guards easily and empty all of the cells. I am fucking amazed that no one has done this before. Jinx doesn't even use any Jinxisms to get in. She doesn't even use her pistol as a pistol, let alone as a Hextech weapon. All she uses it for is to whack someone in the face. The enforcers are unbelievably incompetent, and seemingly anyone could have done this. Also, for some unknown fucking reason, the controls to open the doors of the cells of the maximum security prison are down underground inside the prison facility itself, rather than up top, which is a teeny tiny bit of an oversight, but is necessary for the plot to progress, and this level of incompetence makes the idea that Zorn has not taken over many times already very hard to take seriously. Jinx then removes her enforcer disguise because she knows that she will not need it to get out of the prison because she has read the script. She then busts everyone out and says,
"Here I am, your big fat hero."
This is said ironically, as Jinx seemingly does not consider herself to be a hero yet. She demonstrably does not care about these people because she spent the last few months hiding and doing nothing whilst they suffered as a direct consequence of her own actions. Jinx is also here specifically to free Random Kid, not the unfortunate and misguided members of the Jinxoid cult. The prisoners then worship Jinx as their savior, and this would be fine if not for the fact that not one single part of this makes any sense. This is the first time the Jinxoid cult has seen their lord and savior. They are genuinely very thankful, and they believe that Jinx came to Stillwater to rescue them. As we get some more overt symbolism, the soundtrack repeats the bridge motif from Season 1, Dear Friend Across the River.
Oh my god, who gives a shit?
This track means nothing in this context, and the show is attempting to hack your brain with music because it was in a sad scene before, and so therefore, this scene is equally meaningful. Jinx realizes that these people genuinely see her as a hero, and that she perhaps shouldn't be joking about her being their big fat hero, and instead decides that she is the hero they need. And just like that, through the magic of manipulation, Jinx is redeemed for all past actions. All of the murdering is forgiven because she freed some Zornites when freeing those Zornites was not her objective. The writers have contrived a way for Jinx to be forced into this ill-conceived redemption arc. So, all of the prisoners go up the elevator, and I guess both they and Jinx were just planning on walking out the front door. I'll get to the logistics of this in a moment, but Jinx eventually locates Random Kid, whose cell door was either jammed because convenient, or she was physically not strong enough to open it by herself. Meanwhile, outside of the prison, Ambessa becomes sus of the very obviously suspicious individual she just saw who claimed to have captured Savika, and she turns to return to Stillwater. But then the shit truly does hit the fan, both in universe and in a meta sense, because this is a moment that has been cock-teased for the last 4 episodes. This is a moment of fan service that people have been anticipating since the end of Season 1, and this payoff is about to be fumbled in almost every way imaginable, as a huge amount of bullshit happens off-screen during this sequence that can't possibly have happened, but we are expected to believe that it did. As Ambessa begins to return to the prison, Warwick arrives in the cable car. This means that this uncontrollable rage monster arrived at the station at the other end, pressed a button, patiently waited for the cable car to arrive, got inside, and then hit another button to be sent to the prison. I get that the writers wanted this creature to be hype as fuck, as is excessively evident from the accompanying music, but this is somewhat undermined by the fact that the first thing we see this coked-up zombie robot do is jump on Ambessa to tear her a new asshole, and then, I guess, just wander off into the prison after the camera cuts away, because Ambessa is inexplicably alive and well in the subsequent episode. I don't care how skilled of a fighter Ambessa is, the stakes of the story and the strength of Warwick seen elsewhere mean that Ambessa would have been torn in half immediately. But because this can't be allowed to happen, and because the writers do not have an explanation for how she could possibly survive this, they make the decision to cut away after implying that Ambessa, the primary villain of Season 2, has just been one-shot by a giant monster less than halfway into the season. As will become apparent soon, Warwick is essentially unstoppable. He is not comparable to, for example, Shimmer Deckard from Season 1. We see Vander put up some kind of fight against Shimmer Deckard, although he still decisively loses, and he would absolutely have lost had the fight continued, regardless of Silco's intervention. What was remarkable was that Vander was able to last as long as he did, and it displayed the lengths he was willing to go to protect his children. Warwick, however, is in another league to Shimmer Deckard. Warwick is an unstoppable killing machine that cannot be reasoned with until he is reasoned with, and so the writers are forced to harness the power of dramatically cutting away to save Ambessa's life. I genuinely do not know what we are supposed to believe happened. Warwick showed up, jumped on Ambessa, and then ran past her into the prison? And I don't even think that works, because Ambessa is disturbed and impressed by the power of this creature, implying that some kind of fight took place. Not to mention the fact that in every other instance during this sequence, Warwick tears people apart in seconds. And then things get completely fucked logistically. Jinx just freed a load of prisoners and they went up the elevator to the surface. The enforcers up top will obviously have noticed a load of prisoners coming up the elevator and being like, what the fuck? No. Which is why they jump in the elevator to stop Jinx. But as we are about to see, the presence of Warwick means this doesn't make sense. Warwick arrived prior to the prisoners escaping, because otherwise Ambessa would have either seen them or heard the guards reacting to them as she waited for the cable car. Which means the prisoners all go up the elevator, and then Warwick just runs past Ambessa and the prisoners whilst killing all of the enforcers but avoiding any named characters or any of the goodies, because gone are the days of complex morality. And then the prisoners stood there waiting for the cable car to take them back to Zorn whilst Ambessa is sitting there like, no. And to be clear, this suggests that Warwick apparently knew to only kill enforcers? Yes, I know we're doing the whole man inside the beast thing, and a bit of Vander's personality is still in there. But if Vander is influencing Warwick's actions, then why in the fuck would he attack Jinx? And why would he attack the enforcers? Anyway, Warwick jumps down the elevator shaft. The enforcers turn on Warwick and are ripped to pieces in slow motion. Jinx shoots Warwick, but it doesn't seem to do anything before telling Savika to get Random Kid to safety. We then get Jinx repeating the sentiment of her being a big fat hero. This time, however, she appears to acknowledge that she is behaving in a heroic manner. In the space of a couple of minutes, Jinx has seemingly gone from, hey, here I am, the big fat hero you idiots have been worshipping for no reason, to, oh, okay, yeah, I am a bit of a hero. Also, we get Savika's final line.
You really are
Big fat hero.
She doesn't die or anything, she escapes, but this is the last time Savika is allowed to say anything. Savika is one of the biggest casualties of Season 2, and what they've done to her is just fucking depressing. Anyway, Jinx injected too many shimmers, making her turbo-tastic, and so her survival should be tied to her ability to avoid Warwick, not her ability to tank his hits. So, naturally, Jinx gets punched and grabbed by Warwick multiple times, and doesn't die. This is like her versus Vi, but dialed up even further because, for now at least, Warwick should absolutely tear her in half immediately, but he doesn't because Jinx has plot armor. Eventually, Jinx is beaten, but Warwick does not go for the killing blow. He slows way down, giving Jinx time to ready a bomb. Warwick recognizes the bomb, and then he says, This is the reveal that Warwick is Vander, even though this was speculated way back at the end of Season 1, and was all but confirmed when Riot changed the character bio for the in-game character of Warwick. This creature recognizes the bomb, and this prompts it to stop being an insane rage monster. This creature seems to be driven into a frenzy whenever there is blood, and even if we disregard all of the Enforcer blood, there is singed blood very close by, which means Vander's memories of powder are so strong that it overrides whatever Singed did. Then the episode ends dramatically, and the next time we see Jinx and Warwick, they are no longer inside Stillwater, which means they somehow escaped. And, well, Stillwater is a high-security prison, so there must only be one way in or out. This means that after recognizing each other, Jinx and Warwick both went up the elevator and escaped via the cable car. Ambessa and her soldiers must have still been present, so they just kind of watched Jinx and Warwick as they stood there waiting for the cable car to arrive and did not intervene. Additionally, this tells us that Piltover is not able to shut down the cable car system as a means by which to put Stillwater on full lockdown. This would surely be a major reason why the prison is situated on an island, because it makes it almost impossible to escape. Now we need to talk about the soundtrack. The accompanying song, The Beast by Misha Mansour of the progressive metal band Periphery, is a banger. This is exactly my cup of tea. However, it unfortunately does not fit this sequence at all. This music and the visuals seem to be going for a similar vibe to the more recent Doom games. The music is very reminiscent of Mick Gordon's compositions, and the visuals are extremely violent and involve someone tearing through bodies. This is clearly supposed to be an adrenaline-pumping, cathartic, holy fucking shit, guys, it's Warwick, look how awesome he is. The vibe from the music and certain visuals is, oh my fucking god, this is awesome and brutal. And this is almost certainly what Misha Mansour was going for. This is the kind of music he is known for, and so when Riot contacted him and explained that they needed a modern metal instrumental to accompany a robot zombie werewolf tearing people in half, he will have picked up his H-string and began chugging away. The problem is that this is not just a scene in which a monster attacks people. This is not just a long-teased fan service spectacle. The vibe that I get from the storytelling, that is what is actually happening narratively, is holy shit, this is terrifying and horrifying. There is also intense tragedy and sadness when random kid is clawing at Savika whilst crying so as to get back to Jinx, whom she believes is about to die. There is a shot of random kid being carried through a field of corpses whilst in tears, and the music is a badass Periphery groove. It certainly tickles my ear balls, but it unfortunately does not fit the scene at all. This sequence is also horrifying for Warwick, or Vander, as Vander has now, in a very literal sense, become the monster. Warwick is a desecration of everything Vander stood for. This music is entirely disconnected from what any of the characters are thinking or feeling. It is solely there for the benefit of the audience, and the entire purpose of this sequence is not what are the character implications for Jinx, it is holy fuck nuggets, look, it's Warwick. Since being dick-slapped by Caitlyn and failing to kill her sister, Vi has given up on everything and has decided to become a goth, having now found a way to monetize her ability to punch people really, really hard. She is earning money through fighting and spending it on alcohol, having lost any desire to continue where she left off. As for what she actually believes to be true regarding Jinx, I have no idea. Does she think Jinx is dead? Presumably, otherwise her mid to long-term goal should still be to take her down once she has overcome the recent speed bump of Caitlyn dumping her. However, it appears that Caitlyn is at the forefront of her mind, not Jinx, as we see multiple flashes of Caitlyn's face during this music video sequence. It is very clear that Vi is not descending into a self-destructive hole because of what Jinx did, what happened to Jinx, or anything related to Jinx. This is entirely as a result of her losing Caitlyn. This is what causes Vi to go off the rails. Vi has not been looking after herself, and yet somehow she still has the Hextech gauntlets. They have not been traded for drinking money. No one in Zorn has recognized Vi and stolen them, whilst she is getting pissed. No one in Piltover has realized that Vi is no longer allied with them, and that she is hanging out in Zorn with a Hextech weapon. Luckily, there are no characters closely connected to Piltover's current leadership who have an interest in acquiring Hextech weapons for themselves. The discussion surrounding Vi having betrayed her people and sided with the Enforcers, seen by Zorn as the enemy, is never addressed. Vi also does not return to the Firelight's hideout, despite knowing how to get there, and presumably considering them allies. She doesn't care to do anything related to Echo. As the last she was aware, Echo and Jinx got exploded during their fight on the bridge, and as Jinx survived this explosion, Vi could easily have concluded that Echo did not. This is yet another discussion that never takes place in Season 2. Vi does not ask Jinx about Echo when given the opportunity, nor does she ever speak to Echo in Season 2. And the reason for this is rather obvious. As far as Jinx could be aware, she killed Echo in Episode 7. And had this information reached Vi, then this would have been an insurmountable speed bump that would have prevented the writers from taking the story in the direction they wanted. Anyway, Shieldman is watching and seems to be Vi's drinking buddy. We know nothing else about him. He eventually leaves when Vi becomes too aggressive and lashes out. He has nonetheless been chill with Vi going down this very obviously self-destructive spiral for the last few months, but eventually decides enough is enough. The lyrics to the accompanying song Cocktail Molotov by Zand are mostly effective at conveying Vi's state of mind, although they are a little blunt. I'm at the bottom, it's a long way down. I'm on the bend, and it's a long way round. I'm in the underground to beat my demons, but I only drown, 'cause your pretty face can't save me now. Lock me up, I cannot take it, I've already lost, I've gone and jinxed it, throw my cocktail Molotov. Vi becoming the unstable one and Jinx becoming the sane one is something Season 2 desperately wants to do, but it simply does not put in anywhere near enough work to convince the audience that these two characters have flipped in this manner. Vi jinxing everything and succumbing to a self-destructive spiral of booze and violence is something that would potentially work if the groundwork was adequately set up, but the show clearly depicts Caitlyn leaving Vi as the cause of this, which means Vi met Caitlyn, they knew each other for a couple of weeks and got close, then Jinx killed Caitlyn's mum, and Caitlyn became a revenge monkey for a few months, then Caitlyn left Vi after Vi tried to protect a child. We are to believe that this event is comparable to Vi abandoning Powder in Season 1, and that this caused Vi to drop everything she cared about. Vi is not that character. Vi does not stay down. And maybe if this sequence was portrayed through conversations with other characters regarding how Vi actually feels, rather than speedrunning major character development via the 5th fucking opening music video so far, then we would be able to understand the character of Vi as we once did. Anyway, Jinx finds Vi after a particularly destructive bender, and Vi immediately attacks her before Jinx tearfully reveals that Vander is alive. This, understandably, causes Vi to pause because Vander is incredibly important to her, but she responds that she doesn't believe Jinx is telling the truth, relenting when she sees Jinx tearing up. She doesn't want to see her sister in pain. Problem is, we already did this repeatedly in Season 1. Vi has already given up hope that her sister is still in there. Vi and Jinx having any kind of narrative connection here is entirely reliant upon her foolish hope that Jinx is telling the truth, that Vander is alive. She knows it can't be true. She knows what Jinx is like, and she knows that Jinx...
One moment. of being alive. Anyway. Alright,
would be very aware of this particular weakness.
He needs our help. I can prove it.
Jinx cannot prove jack shit. Her plan is to lead Vi to Warwick and be like, look, I told you, it's Vander. We don't know what happened in between episodes 4 and 5, and so we cannot infer that Jinx has some means of demonstrating that this creature is indeed Vander, because it does not appear capable of speaking unless under severe emotional stress. Also, what exactly does Jinx communicate to Vi?
Hey, so I was just attacked by a giant werewolf zombie robot monster that called me Powder.
Because if Jinx gave any kind of explanation that was even approximately true, then Vi would obviously say,
"You are a fucking fruitcake, leave me alone."
But, in spite of all of this, Vi agrees to let Jinx prove to her that she is telling the truth, and they form a truce. Jinx realized that Warwick is Vander, that Vander is not dead, and that therefore she did not kill Vander, and therefore that Vi should have no problem teaming up with her. All of this happens off-screen, and we begin episode 5 with Jinx of the view that she must reconnect with her sister and that things can go back to the way that they were. This, of course, does not address Milo and Clagger. It does not address Silco. It does not address any of the other events that led to the creation of Jinx. Vander being alive does not change the fact that Jinx has become a monster. Also, we really need to ask, although I realize this is a pointless question to ask because Arcane Season 2 is not at all interested in answering such questions or justifying the actions of its characters. What does Jinx think about Vander? How might Silco have influenced her perspective? Silco did respect Vander, but was then disgusted by his refusal to continue fighting. Silco fundamentally disagreed with Vander's approach to maintaining peace in Zorn, but he was impressed when Vander finally picked up his weapons and fought for something after being backed into a corner by Silco. There was an opportunity here for a Silco Jinx flashback where they discuss Vander, as Vander simply must have been discussed at some point after Silco took Jinx in, but again, the show is not interested in exploring these perspectives. Cut to the aftermath of Warwick's rampage through Stillwater. Ambessa is alive because she just kind of is. No explanation is given, nor should an explanation be expected, given the general quality of the writing in Season 2. Ambessa looks shaken for the first time, while Caitlin descends and observes the crime scene. I like the idea of retreading one of her first scenes in Season 1, where Caitlin recreated what happened in her mind. However, in execution, this is very silly, because seeing a sequence of bullet holes and deducing that, oh my god, someone probably fired a gun, is somewhat more intuitive than seeing vague damage to the floor and deducing that, oh, well, yeah, this was a giant robot monster. Caitlin then finds Singed inside the cell and concludes that Singed must have summoned Warwick using his blood. How can she possibly conclude this? And what does Caitlin think Singed was actually trying to do? Because it appears to the audience, and should appear to Caitlin, that if not for Jinx's simultaneous prison break, Warwick would have shown up, torn the guards to pieces, gone down into the prison, and eaten Singed for dinner. Singed refuses to cooperate, and so Caitlin threatens to lock him in the deepest, darkest part of Stillwater. She says that there are cells buried deep within the prison, so devoid of light and fresh air and all basic human considerations that up until now, she has forbidden their use. For you see, Caitlin isn't all bad. Yes, she may have used gas attacks against her enemies, and yes, she may be willing to throw prisoners into solitary confinement to die slowly in the dark while suffocating, but she will only do that if you are a really, really bad person. Also, if Caitlin does lock Singed up again, he will surely do exactly what he just did. He will summon Warwick.
What a tweet!
Every character present should know that this is an entirely empty threat that Caitlin makes because she forgets that this man can apparently snap his fingers and summon a giant monster whenever he likes. Ambessa, meanwhile, wants to hunt down Warwick. This is presumably partly because Warwick is a far larger threat to her than Jinx ever was, and secondly because she wants to capture Warwick and use him as a weapon, potentially foregoing her original goal of weaponizing Hextech.
And there was much rejoicing.
Caitlin believes that Jinx was involved in Warwick's rampage, and Singed finds this amusing because Jinx had nothing to do with his actions involving Warwick, and potentially because he knows Jinx is the daughter of the man he turned into Warwick. He still refuses to cooperate, however, and Caitlin and Ambessa leave him to rot in his cell. Later in the episode, Ambessa visits Singed alone. Singed deduces that Ambessa has come to speak to him in private because she wants to use Warwick as a weapon for her own ends, and she confirms that she has never encountered such a savage beast. Ambessa presents Singed with terms. He will serve her, but must be absolutely loyal. In return, Singed will be given everything he needs to work, and he will be treated as an esteemed advisor. It is entirely unclear whether or not Caitlin was on board with this. The framing of this whole sequence is very strange, because this scene implies that Ambessa is making a secret deal with Singed for her own benefit, but then the next scene has Caitlin just wander into Singed's lab and she doesn't say, "Oi, what the fuck are you doing?" Caitlin and Ambessa's brief exchange,
Commander. General.
suggests that Caitlin being here was not planned by Ambessa, but Caitlin does not acknowledge that Ambessa has taken this incredibly dangerous man out of prison and brought him back to his own lab. Caitlin, frankly, cannot be aware of Ambessa's plan here, because Ambessa's plan is fucking nuts. So she can't just say,
"Okay, Caitlin, we're gonna use this crazy science man to find his giant evil robot zombie wolf so that I can use it as a weapon."
Because Caitlin would then reply,
no.
So anyway, Ambessa releases Singed and accompanies him back to his lab in Zorn. Caitlin, meanwhile, has checked her family archives and has now learned who Singed is. We already know from Season 1 that Singed was an old colleague of Heimerdinger, and it is revealed here that Singed committed an unspecified crime and was banished. Caitlin also deduces that Singed is responsible for Shimmer. She calls him by his real name, Dr. Revik, before calling him a monster and readying her rifle. Singed then says, "Why does anyone commit acts others deem unspeakable? For love." This applies to him because, as we are about to learn, his objective is to resurrect his daughter. This applies to Ambessa because every action she takes appears to be in service of protecting those she loves. And this also applies to Caitlin, who has gone down a dark path in an effort to avenge her mother. Both characters are able to empathize with Singed to some degree. However, this line would perhaps fit slightly better had he said "for family" instead of "for love," as Caitlin's motive is primarily revenge. So the idea that she is doing unspeakable things for her family fits a bit more neatly than doing them for love. The scene then ends without anyone discussing the morality of Singed's actions. Singed committed what must have been a very serious crime, although why he wasn't arrested and locked up, I don't know. He then developed a drug that destroyed the lives of countless people and also allowed Silco to control Zorn for a period of time. And he has more recently created a rampaging murder beast that is currently unaccounted for. The man, literally, has a pickled severed head in a jar on his desk. Saying, "I did this because I love my daughter," is a justification, but it warrants further discussion. Singed's motive does not invalidate Caitlin's observation that he is a monster. It just means we have a greater understanding as to why he is a monster. Ambessa being convinced by this is one thing. Caitlin being convinced would, or at least should, require a huge amount of further exploration. All we get is Singed being like, "Yeah, we all do bad things for love," which I guess makes Caitlin go,
"Oh my god, you're right. That speaks to me on a personal level. How do you know so much about me? Get out of my head, Charles!"
Now we need to take some time out to cover Singed's motivation, his plan, and the reasoning behind his actions, because although the character is mostly consistent in Season 2, he is exploited by the writers in the name of servicing multiple payoffs in a largely nonsensical manner. Singed's objective in Season 2 is to resurrect his daughter. It is unclear if she is literally dead and he wants to resurrect her through necromancy, or if she has an illness that will kill her, and he has put her in some kind of stasis while he figures out a cure. So, naturally, he found a corpse, mixed it with some wolves, added some goo, and did exactly what a 10-year-old would do. He made the most awesome thing imaginable, a robot zombie werewolf, and sent him on a rampage.
That's the shit, man.
If Singed doesn't take these very specific actions, we don't get the reunion of Vi, Jinx, and Vander, which Season 2 leans on heavily for emotional weight. Singed created Warwick seemingly as a proof of concept to see if he can reanimate flesh. This being Vander and an insane killing machine are two additional layers that are not connected to this core idea. But Singed proof of concept experiment has to also be both Vander and an unstoppable monster in order for the plot to happen. Singed chose Vander because of his will to live and his ability to endure pain, which is an incredibly lucky coincidence that Vander from Season 1 was off the charts in this regard. However, Singed failed to recover Vander's mind, the man lost in the bowels of the beast, compelled only by the scent of blood. Or so he thought. It now seems he has yet to uncover the right catalysts. This is because he learned from witnessing Jinx fighting Warwick that Vander is still inside somewhere, as he recognized his daughter, which is another insane convenience because Singed cannot possibly have expected that Jinx would show up and fight Warwick. Vander/Warwick is a test subject, but if Singed's objective is to use Vander as a proof of concept so that he can refine the process and resurrect his daughter, then surely Vander's supposedly unique ability to endure pain would defeat the purpose? Singed using a corpse to test his ability to reanimate flesh makes sense. Singed deliberately using Vander because apparently Vander had an impossibly high pain tolerance makes slightly less sense. Singed experimentally turning Vander's corpse into an unstoppable killing machine, complete with giant metal claws and an insatiable lust for blood, is so counterintuitive given his objective, and yet had he not done so, he would have been arrested, Jinx would have become a hero and lived happily ever after, and Vi would have presumably drunk herself to death. So that covers why he made Warwick. Now, regarding his specific actions in Act 2, there are really two possibilities. One is that Singed is just kind of winging it and doing things because why not? And the other option is that all of this was part of a specific plan intended to give him a better chance at resurrecting his daughter. So let's cover option 1 first. Singed shows up at Savika's rally because he had nothing on and figured something cool might happen. He got captured along with everyone else, and he, for some reason, had previously coded Warwick so that he can summon him if he ever finds himself in trouble. If Singed did indeed code Warwick to launch himself across Runeterra like a homing missile directly towards him, why would he do that? Anyway, Singed has the opportunity to escape Stillwater when Jinx opens the cells, but because he knows Warwick is on the way, he shuts himself back inside his cell. The visuals heavily imply that Warwick is hunting Singed specifically, and I think it is safe to assume that this is not something Singed wants to happen. So, was he planning on Warwick rampaging his way into the prison and ripping off the cell door, at which point Singed would activate Zonya's hourglass and Warwick's rampage mode would time out? It's Zonya's it's the thing from the game, so that makes it means it makes sense, right? But luckily for Singed, that question doesn't ever need answering, because wouldn't you just fucking know it, the daughter of the man whose corpse he turned into a giant furball of death just so happens to be inside the prison at the same time for unrelated reasons. And this leads to Warwick being subdued in a manner that could not possibly have been predicted by Singed. So he waits in his cell and agrees to help Ambessa hunt down Warwick. Presumably he doesn't particularly care what Ambessa does with Warwick, provided he is able to continue his work to resurrect his daughter. In summary, Singed accidentally got arrested, nearly busted himself out because he made an unstoppable rage monster, and ended up making a deal with Ambessa to be able to continue trying to save his daughter. That is how these events play out if Singed was just going with the flow and doing things because he felt like it. And the outcome is a very tenuously linked narrative that relies heavily on massive conveniences to get the characters where they need to be. The other option is that all, or at least some, of this was planned by Singed. His objective, from the start, was to be given further resources by Ambessa that would assist him in resurrecting his daughter. Resources that he apparently did not have access to before. If this was his motive, then his plan goes from incredibly lucky to flat-out insane. Singed shows up at Savika's rally because he figures it is a good opportunity to get arrested, as Piltover would obviously notice such a gathering. He then summons Warwick, whom he had deliberately programmed to be an unstoppable death machine that can smell blood from miles away, so as to demonstrate the effectiveness of this armed and fully operational furry. Warwick scares the fuck out of Ambessa and rampages through the prison. Singed survives because Jinx was there, luckily. Ambessa survives because she was off-screen. And Jinx survives because this monster happens to have been constructed from her father's corpse. Ambessa is then like, hey, so that werewolf might come in useful. You are going to help me catch it. If this was his plan, then Singed is annihilated. Singed getting himself captured so that Warwick can go on a rampage is so much more risky and convoluted than simply submitting himself to the enforcers and offering to work for Ambessa. This plan also should have led to Ambessa's death, not to mention his own. It resulted in many innocents dying and Warwick being MIA after episode 4. Singed creating a giant monster and sending it on a rampage to impress Ambessa, hoping that she will give him additional resources to resurrect his daughter rather than killing him on the spot, or at the very least imprisoning him indefinitely for intentionally causing the deaths of many innocent people, is incomprehensibly stupid. Meanwhile, Jinx leads Vi to Warwick, and they walk past some artwork of Jinx as the savior of Zorn. This is treated like a somber moment, which is fucking laughable. Jinx the hero, taking a stand against oppression. This tweaked-out little gremlin has only done one thing that could remotely be called heroic since Act 1 of Season 1. Yes, I know that what she did in Act 1, Season 1 ruined her life, but Powder put herself in danger to save her friends and family, which is not at all comparable to the prison break in Episode 4. Jinx rescuing the Jinxoid cult from prison is not heroic because she did not intend to rescue them. This was a byproduct of her rescuing Random Kid. Jinx rescuing Random Kid from prison is not heroic because the reason why Random Kid is in prison is because Jinx is a terrible role model and a terrible sister, and Jinx never appeared to be in any danger throughout. The only moment that does constitute heroism is when Jinx stays behind to distract Warwick so that Random Kid can escape. Much like in Season 1, she puts herself in danger to rescue her family, but this is an entirely isolated personal conflict that has nothing to do with Piltover, Zorn, the invasion, or any kind of ill-conceived rebellion. Which means, although Jinx did not consciously do this, the fact that seemingly all of Zorn mistakenly believes her to be their savior and a selfless figurehead to rally behind means that this is absolutely a case of stolen valor. If Jinx were being honest, she would scoff and say,
"Hey, Vi, ignore that shit. These idiots have decided that I am Che Guevara or something."
But both Jinx and the show seem to hold the view that after the events of Episode 4, Jinx is now a hero. And this means she is the symbolic leader of the fight against Piltover. Vi should see this mural and be like,
"What the fuck is this? You are a murderous maniac. How is it that you get worshipped? And how dare these blue-haired fuckwits put you on the same mural as Vander, a man who actually had values, convictions, and a genuine desire for peace?"
Then they arrive at a tunnel that Jinx has boarded up. This is apparently where she and Warwick escaped to after leaving Stillwater, which means they managed to trek through Zorn without anyone noticing, and without Warwick going on another rampage. On that point, briefly, what exactly happens if Rictus is asked to rough up Singed like he did with the blue-haired Zornite earlier, which is, you know, exactly what we should expect would happen? Well, Singed would bleed, and then Jinx and presumably hundreds of innocents would be killed. So it sure is lucky that Ambessa and Caitlyn were in a good mood. Actually, hold the fuck on. We're about to see Warwick be enraged by Random Kid's blood, which means it isn't as simple as Warwick being coded to respond to Singed's own blood. Unless, of course, when they were in the cable car together, Singed was like, "Oh my god, what's that over there?" And then he quickly jabbed Random Kid with a syringe and put some of his blood in her for some reason. Unless this is what happened, Warwick is triggered by the scent of blood, period. Which means throughout episodes 5 and 6, it is lucky as fuck that there was no blood anywhere within smelling distance of this unstoppable rage monster, except for when there was. This is a problem in multiple scenes, so I'm not going to repeat myself every time it pops up. Warwick goes into hyper-violence mode whenever he smells blood, and the plot requires that this only happen under very specific circumstances, which means we are to believe that there was no bloodshedding in the crime-ridden underworld of Zorn that is currently under at least partial military occupation, nor did anyone cough up any blood in the sickness-addled toxic environment that permeates much of Zorn, that would then cause Warwick to turn into a homing missile of furry death, nor did any members of the fairer sex synchronize their menstrual cycles, which would have resulted in some more ripping and tearing. Another amusing detail is that these are the mines that were mentioned in Season 1.
Have you forgotten where we came from?
The mines they had us in, air so thick it clogged your throat.
The air is now clean when it was not clean before, which suggests that this tunnel is connected to the ventilation system, which, if true, means Warwick currently has access to the entirety of Piltover. Anyway, Vi asks,
Why the hell would Vander be all the way down here?
as if she has accepted that Vander is indeed alive. Vander literally died in her arms. She knows he is dead, so what she should have said is, why have you brought me into a tunnel? Are you trying to kill me again? But had Vi actually said this, then it would have highlighted that she probably shouldn't be following Jinx, the mass-murdering psychopath, into a fucking tunnel. This should appear to Vi to be a very obvious trap. Vi then acknowledges that Jinx has fantasies and imagines things, and this is another reason why she should not believe Jinx. From Vi's perspective, it is entirely possible that Jinx truly believes that Vander is alive, and this may not be a trap, but Vi knows how mentally fucked up Jinx is, and yet she plays along. These two characters have so much to discuss, but this being Season 2 of Arcane, discussions are skipped in favor of emotional manipulation and hitting every payoff as quickly as possible. Vi and Jinx's entire relationship is built upon multiple misunderstandings, which I don't have time to go through them now, but I have detailed them in my prior videos covering Season 1, and so it is ridiculous that these two are finally spending longer than a couple of minutes together, and neither one of them addresses any of their past actions. Jinx doesn't like that Vi teamed up with the Enforcers, and Vi justifies it because Jinx is a crazy murderer. That is all we get. No mention of her causing the deaths of Vander, Milo, and Clagger. No mention of Caitlyn and the misunderstandings and insecurities that arose from Vi's relationship with her. No mention of Jinx nuking Piltover. All we get is two fucking lines that reference one event that happened earlier in Season 2. Jinx then says that she is a hero because, don't you know, she broke a load of people out of Stillwater while Vi was getting drunk. This requires that Jinx either forget about or disregard all of the evil murderous bullshit she has spent the last few years doing. Additionally, this is Jinx verbalizing what was suggested in Act 1, that she has a serious moral problem with Vi having betrayed the memory of their parents, which is flatly absurd given Jinx's own history. Jinx tells Vi to shut up or she will kick her ass again. Vi responds that Jinx wouldn't stand a chance without her gadgets, and Jinx replies that Vi is a hypocrite because she uses a weapon that someone else made. Jinx suggests that both of them fighting unarmed is a fair fight, which is not true in the slightest, because Jinx is seemingly permanently off her tits on Shimmer. Conversely, Vi is just really good at punching things. Anyway, this prompts Vi to drop her gauntlets and they start slapping each other. This scuffle is lacking any kind of dramatic weight, and is framed as though this is two sisters having a minor disagreement. The tone is overtly dismissive and unserious. Vi says, "Last chance to surrender," and Jinx replies, "Go right ahead, fat hands." And these are the same characters who tried to kill each other the last time they saw each other. And I'm not even going to bother listing all of the moments where they seriously hurt each other in Season 1. Vi and Jinx have each become a caricature of what they were. Random Kid tries to intervene to help Jinx, and Vi reflexively elbows her in the face, which causes her to bleed, which summons Warwick, who will arrive soon. Jinx then sends Random Kid further into the tunnel to find Warwick because she is, again, a terrible sister. She is irresponsible and only seems to care about Random Kid in the sense that she likes having Random Kid around because Random Kid improves Jinx's life. Jinx doesn't care about Random Kid's own well-being or safety, and she is demonstrably not interested in doing what's best for Random Kid. Vi then asks why Jinx came to find her, because Jinx doesn't need Vi's help. I am unsure what Vi means, because she seems to have no idea what Jinx actually wants to do. She wants to help Vander, whom she knows is dead, in some vague manner. This sentence doesn't seem to make any sense, but it sets up the next one. Jinx replies, "The last time Vander needed us, we tried to help him alone, and everything went wrong." She has sought out Vi so that they can help Vander together this time and set things right. Jinx sees this as the opportunity to right past wrongs and to help Vander together. This is a nice thought, but it is, however, a rewriting of history And because Vi does not say,
No, actually the reason everything went wrong was because you didn't listen to me, and consequently you fucked up our original plan by exploding everyone.
this suggests that the writers and the show believe that if only everyone had worked together, Vander would still be alive. Had they all worked together in Season 1 and had Vi brought Powder along with them to rescue Vander, it is quite likely that things would have gone even worse, because Powder could easily have detonated her monkey bomb much closer to everyone, underestimated the power of the explosion, and directly killed her entire family, including herself. The writers have evidently forgotten this line.
I told you to stay away.
Part of what made the climax of that episode so powerful was because Vi and Powder were right to do what they did. It was a smart move for Vi to leave her liability of a sister behind because Vander's life and theirs were on the line. And Powder's decision to disobey Vi and try and help anyway is entirely informed by her understanding of these stakes and her desire to prove her friends wrong. Season 2 has instead decided that actually Vi was wrong to leave Powder behind. The idea that everyone just needed to harness the incredible power of teamwork and then everything would have been okay was never a narrative component.
Do
of
bees ever
Season
calm
1,
down?
And I don't believe that Jinx would believe that Team saved Vander. Then we get some decidedly clunky setup.
Besides, he's your father too.
This is odd because Jinx spent significantly longer with Silco as her father than Vander, and no kind of close father-daughter bond is ever suggested to exist between Powder and Vander. And yet, a huge amount of the emotional impact of Season 2 is directly tied to Jinx dropping her whole terrorism thing and being highly motivated to rescue Vander from the bowels of the beast. They find an old hideout of Vander's, and it is possible that this is the reason why they are in these tunnels. Warwick instinctively ran to a meaningful place because elements of Vander's personality were coming through, and this led Jinx and now Vi into the tunnel where his old
Where are the
hideout
other
was.
bees?
This makes sense, except that it doesn't, unless this location was more meaningful to Vander than the last drop, which I flatly do not believe is the case. Then they find a letter written by Vander, addressed to Silco. Silco, I've looked everywhere, but it's clear you don't want to be found. I'm sorry. When she died, I lost my head, and the she is referring to Vi and Powder's mother. I told myself that what I did to you was for the greater good, that you deserved it. But the dirt was on both our hands. You know where to find me. This means that after Vander turned on Silco and attempted to kill him, Silco ran away and hid and began forming his plan leading into Season 1. Vander regretted his actions and attempted to find Silco over a period of time, but was unsuccessful, and so he wrote a letter and left it here in their old hideout, hoping that Silco would return and read it at some point in the future. Jinx then says that if Silco had seen this letter, everything may have been different. This is not just Jinx's opinion. This appears to be an opinion shared by the writers, as jumping forwards very briefly to episode 7, an alternate universe version of Silco is both alive and friends with Vander, and his explanation is...
The greatest thing we can do in life is find the power to forgive.
The perspective of Arcane is that the reason why Silco did what he did in Season 1 was because he did not see this letter. Everything might have been different.
Pretty pathetic, huh?
Vander and Silco had a difference in ideology. They had very different lines they were willing to cross or draw in the sand when going about achieving their shared dream of the nation of Zorn. The idea that all it would take to repair their relationship is for Vander to say,
I'm deeply sorry,
is fucking pitiful and is based on a misunderstanding and an oversimplification of who these characters were in Season 1. Silco's dialogue to Vander in Season 1, Episode 3 explicitly tells us that he hated Vander for what he had done, and Silco did not care that Vander had never forgiven himself. You still don't understand. Can you imagine what it's like when your blood mixes with the filth and the river toxins eat through your nerves? I hated you for what you had done. But as time passed, so did my hate, and I was left with an understanding. The only way to defeat a superior enemy is to stop at nothing, to become what they fear. Silco's experience fundamentally changed him as a person. Had Silco ever seen this letter, he would have despised Vander even more. How could Vander's values flip up and down so freely, almost as if he has no real conviction? Additionally, in Season 1, Vander says,
"There's worse things than enforcers out there. We both know that."
and this was a clear reference to Silco. If Vander regretted his actions and had written a letter saying, "Sorry bro, my bad," then why was he of the belief that Silco was a worse creature than the enforcers? There is no answer. This is a plot development that does not mesh with the character of Vander from Season 1. This also clearly parallels Vi and Jinx, as the show thinks all they need to do is put their differences aside and forgive each other and all will be well. I could not possibly have predicted after the finale of Season 1 that Season 2 would be this immature. Then Warwick arrives. Jinx says, "Look, Vi, here comes Vander." Vi should be like, "Oh, okay, so Jinx, you weren't hallucinating, I'll give you that. But also, you are irredeemably insane." This also means that Jinx did not at any point tell Vi that Vander is now a wolf monster, and the reason Jinx did not tell Vi is because if she had, Vi would have turned around and walked away. Jinx is like, "No, Vander, stop it." Vi punches Warwick to protect Jinx and Random Kid. Vi is slammed into the wall by Warwick, but she's fine because shut up and don't think about it. This character is now immortal because she's a champion from League of Legends. Vi says,
"He's gonna kill you."
She specifically uses the pronoun he, having seemingly accepted that this giant monster is Vander, when a more normal response might be, "Fucking run, this thing is out of control." Jinx says, "Vi, it's him, you have to believe me," at which point Vi drops her gauntlets as this rampaging monster charges towards her. And even if Vi is retarded enough to believe a word Jinx says, this does not change the fact that Vander is about to turn her into a pink stain on the floor. Or, in other words, what the fuck? Why would you ever drop your weapon? But everything is okay, because she knew that this monster would take a chill pill when she said Vander, and what happens in real time is that Warwick snaps out of it whilst mid-air and about to kill all three of them, and his killing blow turns into a hug. But before we see that hug, we get a flashback to distract us from how absurd this all is. After the flashback, which I will cover in just one moment, Vi gives Warwick a big old hug before turning to Jinx and saying, "What are you waiting for? He's your dad too." Jinx cries, they all hug, and Random Kid even joins in too.
What the fuck?
The writers have rushed the fuck out of this, for you see, all they needed to do is forgive each other. And just like that, the central emotional core of Arcane has been resolved. And the reason we are expected to accept this is because the writers inserted a manipulative flashback involving Vander because they didn't adequately build up the relationship between Vi and Jinx. Season 2 completely undermines the ending of Season 1 by just running with the idea that everything's cool, we can just be friends as long as we forgive each other. This family reunion should be effective, but it isn't. This emotional beat happens because Singed made a robot zombie werewolf out of Vander's corpse for reasons that are not particularly well explained. He then lured this monster to Stillwater for unclear reasons beyond that he hoped it would allow him to escape. Jinx just so happened to be busting out Random Kid at the same time, and Warwick then recognizes Jinx, and this leads to the family reunion because Vi both listens to her insane sister who is very prone to hallucinations, and she drops her weapons when faced with a giant rage-fueled murder beast. This is incredibly important narratively because this sequence is what allows for Vi and Jinx to be at least somewhat reunited and reconnected, and to go some distance towards repairing their relationship that was obliterated by the end of Season 1. Had this sequence been the focus of Season 2, and had this been adequately built up and explored, then yeah, it could have worked. Because I do think that if the writers wanted to fix the relationship between Vi and Jinx, then this would have been possible. But as depicted, it happens in about 10 fucking minutes because Vi is an idiot and because of all of the logistical strangeness regarding Singed and Warwick. Now, regarding that little flashback, we return to the last drop and we get a scene set prior to Season 1 featuring Vander, Silco, and Felicia, Vi and Powder's mother. Vander pours drinks to celebrate having purchased the pub and created a thriving community, but he then swaps out Felicia's alcoholic drink after she reveals that she is pregnant. Felicia doesn't feel she is ready to be a mother, and she is worried that she will be unable to protect her children from all of the shit that goes on in the Undercity. And then she damages both Vander and Silco by telling them that they are both on the hook to help her look after the kids. You two are going to figure this Zorn thing out. I don't care if you have to carve it out of the bedrock, you're not allowed to fail anymore. This, plus a music video sequence in episode 6, tells us that Vander and Silco were very good friends with Felicia and her husband, and that Vander was directly involved in their childhood. How does this affect Vander? Without this scene, Season 1 reads as though Vi and Powder's parents were just unfortunate nobodies who followed Vander in a revolt against the Enforcers and died in the process. Vi and Powder were present because they were presumably looking for their parents after most of the fighting had stopped. Upon seeing this child's grief at losing her parents, parents who would not be dead if not for Vander's own actions, Vander lays down his weapons and commits to raising and protecting these children himself. He was unwilling to further pursue his dreams of revolution because of the very real human cost. He felt an implicit responsibility to these kids. With this additional context, it means Vander led Felicia and her husband, both of whom he knew personally and had a very close relationship with, in a revolt against the Enforcers, knowing that they had young children. He had already made a promise to their mother that he would look after the kids, meaning that Vander had an explicit responsibility. This means Vander's decision to lay down his arms has less to do with him refusing to be a part of the cycle of violence, and more to do with him having made a promise that one time to look after these children specifically. This weakens the character of Vander by diluting his core motivation and boiling his decision-making down to a single promise he made a few years prior. Now, how does this affect Silco? With Silco, the damage is far more severe. Without this scene, Silco's decision at the end of Season 1, Episode 3 reads as though he empathizes with Powder having been betrayed by her sister, just as Silco had been betrayed by his brother. He also respected the lengths Vander went to in fighting for his own cause, dying in the process, and so Silco decided to adopt Powder and raise her as his own. With this scene, Silco sees Powder and is like, oh, well, her mum asked me to look after her, so I guess I'll look after her. The connection between Powder and Silco still exists, as does his respect for Vander, but adding in this backstory that Felicia personally told Silco he was on the hook to look after her children seriously neuters the initial impact of the emotional bond formed between Powder and Silco. A bond that was originally born of two tragedies. Additionally, this context heavily damages Silco's bond with Jinx as the season progresses, culminating in his decision not to sacrifice her to achieve his dream, because it suggests that at least part of the reason for this is that he promised that he would look after her. Additionally, this context means Silco was more than willing to just straight up murder these two children, despite having previously accepted responsibility for their safety. We know that Vi and Powder were born prior to Silco and Vander's falling out, which means this scene retroactively decides that Silco knew that he had promised to look after these kids, and then I guess because he really, really doesn't like Vander by the time we get to Season 1, he decides, you know what, fuck it, I'll murder them instead. Silco was a man who highly valued loyalty. He says as much in his monologue in Episode 1, Season 9, when he suspects that Savika may be about to betray him. And the whole reason why he hated Vander was because Vander had betrayed him. And yet, this man who supposedly highly values loyalty was willing to betray the memory of Felicia, who was at one point a close friend, and murder the children he promised to protect. Well done, Season 2. You have heavily damaged one of the best characters of Season 1, despite this character having died prior to the start of Season 2. Now we finally get to rejoin Mel. Remember her? We cut back to Mel multiple times in Episode 5, so I'm just gonna cover all of the Mel stuff in one go. This entire plot line is very confusing, and deliberately so, because this part of the plot is structured as a mystery. There are a whole load of unanswered questions that the show needs to address by the end, and the fact that it just kind of doesn't is why even people who like Season 2 seem to agree that this Black Rose subplot was the weakest part. The writers hinge all of this mystery baiting upon them clarifying what actually happened and why in Act 3, which they don't. The Black Rose subplot only interacts with Mel, and Mel only interacts with the Black Rose subplot. which means, had the writers killed Mel at the start of the season, they could have entirely removed the Black Rose subplot, and the only thing that would need changing is the manner by which Ambessa is defeated. In fact, this whole plotline seems only to exist because they wanted to add Mel as a champion in League of Legends. So, Mel wakes up in a spooky magic prison. We learn later that she has seemingly been teleported a distance across Runeterra. She is not in an alternate dimension, this is not a mind prison, and this has nothing to do with wild runes or any of that other bullshit. Mel was simply teleported out of Piltover and into this prison. Mel spends, presumably given the time jump, months in this hole, which means she is presumably given food and water, although we get zero indication that she ever interacts with anyone other than another prisoner who I will get to in a moment. There is meant to be no way in or out of this prison, other than through magical means, and so it cannot be the case that someone opened a door and brought her food every day. If Season 2 had spent more time on this, it could have been a good idea to have Mel wake up a few times and have there inexplicably be food and water waiting for her, which could then factor into her being able to work out the nature of her prison and who has imprisoned her. But instead, Mel eating and drinking is simply not a factor in this story, and so we either have to assume that mages do not need to eat or drink, or that someone magicked food into the prison for months on end, off-screen. Mel then realizes that she has been imprisoned alongside her supposedly dead brother, Kino. This turns out to be a ruse, and Kino is later revealed to be LeBlanc in disguise, the real Kino having indeed been killed prior to Ambessa's arrival in Season 1. Just as a quick aside, LeBlanc is the leader of the Black Rose, and she is a shapeshifter. She is never seen in her true form in Arcane, nor is she ever named, but again for simplicity I will refer to the character as LeBlanc. The Kino imposter then uses the phrase Peacock Princes, which clues Mel in that she is speaking to her supposedly dead brother. How LeBlanc knew this phrase, which was apparently an old Medada family joke, is unclear. Whilst it is possible that when the Black Rose captured Kino, they could well have tortured him and learned of this previously, this is a very specific phrase, and it would be a very strange thing for them to ask him.
Boy, tell us any weirdly specific phrases you and your family use in case we ever need to assume your identity.
Also, for fuck's sake, this show keeps breaking. If LeBlanc can shapeshift into Kino, and she has detailed knowledge of his personality and family life, then why is Ambessa still alive? This is the fucking Sauron problem all over again. If you write a character with these incredible magical abilities, and then you have them horrendously misuse these abilities, you will break your character. We are to believe that the Black Rose abducted Kino, and Ambessa then learned about his death and exiled Mel, which means LeBlanc and the Black Rose allowed Ambessa to learn of Kino's death, but did not consider shapeshifting into him so as to assassinate her. As was the case in Act 1, given the Black Rose's objective and given the extent of their magical abilities, their actions do not make any fucking sense whatsoever. The Kino imposter then reveals himself and Mel embraces her brother. If Kino has supposedly been here for years, as in, a decade or so, which is the foundation of this deception, then I have to point out that his hair and beard are notably way shorter than I would have expected, and his clothes are also far cleaner than they should be. Then we get an exposition dump, although this dump is a dump of two halves. Half now, under the guise of Kino, and half later, after LeBlanc reveals the ruse. We can therefore only take this exposition either as LeBlanc's recounting of what she believes to be true, or she has altered the facts so as to manipulate Mel. There is simply not enough information in Arcane Season 2 for us to accept that the following is the honest truth, and we have ample reason not to trust LeBlanc, but this is what we are told is what happened. A couple of decades ago, Ambessa hooked up with someone who happened to be a mage. This affair then led to a child. The Black Rose knew about this affair somehow, and they knew that they didn't want Ambessa to have a magic child, but they did not know which of Ambessa's two children was the magic one. The Kino imposter then starts teleporting around the room and making Mel suspicious, and I don't know why he does this, but then he straight up reveals that he is an imposter, and Mel is once again trapped in the Phantom Zone. LeBlanc explains that the Black Rose had high hopes for Kino, believing that he was the child of Ambessa's affair, but then Ambessa accidentally led the Black Rose to Mel in Piltover, confirming that Mel was in Piltover for a decade. Using the name Medada, she became a counselor and the richest person in the city, but the Black Rose did not realize that Mel existed until they followed Ambessa to Piltover at the end of Season 1. Therefore, the Black Rose are incompetent to the point of being straight up broken. I also need to briefly correct an assertion that I made in Part 1. I stated that Mel knew in Act 1 that she had magical powers, and that she realized this after using her magic shield to save herself from Jinx's attack. This is not correct, as Mel does not appear to recognize that she is a mage until this very episode. I made a false presumption because the alternative is actually far more damaging. If Mel did not know during the events of Act 1 that she had magical powers, then this means not only did no other character question what the fuck happened that led to her, Jace, and Shula miraculously surviving, but this also means that Mel herself did not question this either. When she said,
"How does the explosion do that to him?" There's no sense to these things, Jace.
This was not, as I had assumed, her covering up her magical abilities. This is what Mel actually thought. She miraculously survived an explosion and was like, yeah, shit happens, I guess. Anyway, Mel then activates her shield and goes pop, and this was apparently brought on by intense emotions, and Mel did not consciously choose to do this. This is similar to what was happening at the very start of the season. The magical energies in Mel activated to save her life without her understanding what she was doing. As for why she only now turns into a Dragon Ball Z, I have no idea. That's all we get from Mel until episode 8 of 9, but I am going to cover that part of the story now because I refuse to blue ball my audience in the way that Arcane Season 2 does. LeBlanc explains to Mel that Mel is an empath. She is able to sense others' inner selves and bend their magic. Not content with the damage already done to Silco and Vanda, the writers have decided to damage Mel's story from Season 1 as well. In Season 1, Mel saw Jace's potential, took a risk, and allowed him to break the law because she believed he may be onto something. She gradually manipulated him using somewhat questionable tactics, but her manipulation was in service of allowing Jace to bring his dream to as many people as possible. Mel was shown to be a highly skilled manipulator on multiple occasions in Season 1, and the suggestion from Season 1 is that she learned this from her mother, and that she honed these skills in order to become one of the most powerful people in Piltover. Season 2 has just thrown in that Mel has magical powers that mean she is able to sense others' inner selves. She was so effective at manipulating Jace, not because she is really smart and calculating, but because she has a magic power that says that she is good at manipulating people.
This, to me, might be considered kind of a step backward.
LeBlanc appears to Mel using the image of the girl her mother executed in Season 1. I don't know how LeBlanc knows about this girl. At this point, I'm willing to just say that LeBlanc knows everything. And my guess is that she wants to remind Mel of the fact that her mother murders innocent people sometimes. But this is a purely visual suggestion, and it is never acknowledged by either character. LeBlanc tells Mel that truth is the greatest illusion, right before delivering some very consequential backstory information regarding Mel and Ambessa. And so I don't know how much of this we are meant to believe as the truth. She basically says, hello, I am untrustworthy. Anyway, here's a bunch of bad shit your mum did. Please help me kill her.
No!
Mel has zero reason to believe a single word LeBlanc says, but because of how disconnected this plot is from the rest of Arcane, I have no choice but to take LeBlanc at her word and assume that her exposition is the objective truth. LeBlanc's goal was to determine if Mel is indeed the child of Ambessa that she was looking for. She confirms this by trapping her in the quantum realm, causing Mel to reflexively activate her shield and do a Dragon Ball Z. This test on the walls with the buttons that I hadn't mentioned this because it is so inconsequential, is dropped entirely. There was seemingly no reason for it to exist. This was not a test the Black Rose were giving Mel. This was apparently just a thing that was in the Oculorum for some unknown reason, and it is used to waste time in episode 5 of season 2. LeBlanc was trying to activate Mel's powers, and so why LeBlanc was wasting time in the Oculorum doing exposition instead of keeping Mel trapped in the mirror dimension, squeezing her with the chains, I have no idea. Anyway, LeBlanc explains that Ambessa has lied to Mel about many things. LeBlanc gave Ambessa the chance to save Kino, but Ambessa chose pride, and so the Black Rose killed Kino. She continues that a calamity is approaching, rivaling the ancient rune wars, and that she believes Ambessa will bring about this calamity. The Black Rose has attempted to stop Ambessa, but because the Black Rose appears to consist of a bunch of idiots who don't understand their own magical powers, they have so far failed. LeBlanc suggests that Ambessa does not put her family first, as she claims. Apparently, Ambessa deliberately banged a mage so as to create Mel, and she then hid Mel in order to keep her as a weapon for use in the future. Assuming this is true, it is unclear if Ambessa was already in a conflict with the Black Rose, and that Mel was created specifically to deal with them, or if Mel was just a weapon to be used for an unspecified purpose. Mel doesn't seem to care that LeBlanc murdered Kino, and she doesn't seem to fucking remember that LeBlanc murdered Elora. LeBlanc also doesn't deny that she murdered Kino, and given that LeBlanc is trying to team up with Mel, this is some backwards-ass way to get what you want. LeBlanc then gives Mel a necklace and welcomes her to her new future as a mage. Mel accepts the necklace and she travels back to Piltover, apparently having been convinced to kill her mother. As will be revealed, Mel has other plans, but LeBlanc believes that Mel is on board. Mel has seemingly agreed to take down her mother, save Piltover, and stop the apocalypse using the magic powers she didn't know she had until about 5 minutes ago. To summarize, the Black Rose wanted to confirm if Mel was who they thought, so that they could use Mel to defeat Ambessa. To accomplish this, they murdered Elora and imprisoned Mel for months on end, psychologically fucking with her by impersonating her dead brother for no reason, before admitting that yes, they are indeed responsible for her brother's death. There is no reason why Mel should ever trust these people. And yes, Act 3 will reveal that Mel did not trust them, but the fact remains that LeBlanc honestly believed that Mel was on her side. LeBlanc is a complete fucking mess, and is probably the most nonsensical villain that I have covered on this channel, with the exception of Rings of Power's version of Sauron. Now, to avoid confusion, I have decided to reshuffle a wee bit, because what we are about to get to is where the narrative of Season 2 starts to get very confusing. And if you watch the season from start to finish, there are multiple storylines that occur out of sequence. So, before we deal with the scene at the end of Episode 5 where Jace returns to Piltover, we are going to look at where Jace went, why he went there, and what actually happened to him, all of which is covered in Episode 7. After touching the Wild Rune in Episode 3, it appears that Jace has been zapped forwards in time, and he finds himself in an apocalyptic version of Piltover after something has gone horribly wrong. In actuality, Jace is in an alternate universe's version of future Piltover, because, spoiler alert, Jace manages to save the day and avert the apocalypse in the finale, which means this apocalyptic future world cannot be his own universe's future. Jace, of course, does not know that this is an alternate universe, and Victor will have deliberately sent Jace to this alternate universe so as to motivate him to avert the apocalypse that Victor knows is going to happen, and yes, Victor did send him here, and I will deal with that in Part 3. Jace wanders around this future hellscape, finds some spooky robot people, panics and runs away, falls in a hole, and drops his hammer on his leg. Now Jace is stuck in a hole, and he can't walk. Oh my god, it's just like what happened to Victor. Now Jace can't walk properly. Isn't this clever? Now, the attempted symbolism here is fine. That, oh no, Hextech broke Jace's leg. The technology that he developed to help people is actually hurting people. But this doesn't work because in this alternate universe, Hextech is non-functional, which means Jace's hammer does not work. This means the symbolism is in actuality that Hextech can hurt you when it doesn't work, which is almost certainly not the point the show wanted to make. Anyway, Jace pops his leg back into place and there is arcane goo coming from the wound. He tries to climb out of the chasm, but fails. His hammer is also becoming gooey. He survives by eating small animals that he caught even though he can't walk. Spooky robots watch him from above. Jace goes very slightly mad over an unspecified amount of time, tormented by his past actions and his culpability in creating the very thing that would destroy the world. Jace eventually escapes, walks through a sea of robot corpse thingies into the city, and climbs to the top of the Hex Gates. I don't know why he wants to climb to the top of the Hex Gates, as it would surely have made more sense for him to head to the failsafe where the Wild Rune was in his universe, as this may have given him a means of returning to his universe. But he has to go to the top because the top is where he will end up in the finale, it is where Victor is, and it is where his means of returning is. He finds what appears to be a robot corpse thing of himself holding the hammer at the top, which is what ends up happening later in the finale. He meets a spooky hooded mage guy with a stick and recognizes this man as the mage who saved him when he was a child. In a later twist, this man is revealed to be Victor, not Rise. It's definitely not Rise, I promise. But Jace does not know this yet, and the only reason why this is not revealed in this very scene is because Victor does not speak. Jace asks the mage why he gave him the teardrop gemstone after saving him, as seen in the flashback in Season 1. Because this experience is what caused Jace to pursue Hextech. Jace is questioning if this mage knew that Hextech would cause the apocalypse, then why did he set those events in motion? The mage does not respond. Jace then asks if there is a chance that this can all be averted. The mage does not respond. Jace then realizes that he must destroy Victor and Hextech, and so he asks the mage to send him back. The corpse version of himself gives him a new hammer to replace the one that he turned into a leg brace. The mage then opens a portal that looks exactly like the Wild Rune. The teardrop gemstone on Jace's wrist becomes gooey, and Jace is then zapped back to his own universe. The summation of Jace's experiences in this alternate universe is that he realized Hextech will cause the apocalypse. He fell in a hole for a bit, climbed out, and realized he needs to prevent the apocalypse. I don't know what the purpose of the hole was, because the climax of this alternate universe adventure is Jace's revelation at the top of the Hex Gates. If Victor has the ability to send Jace to alternate universes, then this means Victor could have sent him to a version of this universe where there is no hole. And so the best explanation I can give is that Victor knew it was necessary for Jace to fall in the hole and to become crippled himself, because this would then put him in the right mental state to accept the information he is about to receive. Okay, cool, except I don't buy that for one fucking second, because Victor has placed Jace in a post-apocalyptic future. You do not need the hole. The message is crystal fucking clear. Luckily, however, Victor placed Jace in a universe where there are little bug things in the hole that he can eat so that he doesn't die, and Victor also placed him in a universe where he doesn't die from sepsis. Do you see how easy this is? We can justify any and all questionable instances of luck and potential narrative shortcomings by saying, well, Victor, this seemingly infinitely powerful god being, made it all happen in exactly this way because Victor knew that it had to happen in this way for Jace to do what he needed to do. So Jace comes back traumatized, and I need to be very specific about why Jace is traumatized. He learned that Hextech might cause the apocalypse, and he needs to stop it. That explains his motive. Jace being as unhinged as he is, however, is seemingly down to the fact that he accidentally broke his leg when he fell in a hole, and he went a little mad eating bugs. When Jace gets zapped back into the failsafe room, he encounters Sallow, who is up and walking around like nothing happened. To bring you up to speed, the writers implied the last time we saw Sallow that he might go and visit this mysterious healer in Zorn. Sallow has now gone to see Victor, has been healed by Victor, and his outlook on life has totally changed as a result. He has now been tasked by Victor with going into the failsafe and extracting some goo to bring back to the commune. Why is a question that I can't answer. And Sallow appears to be doing this entirely willingly because he considers Victor healing him to be a miracle. Also, I can't tell you how Sallow got inside this room because he does not have Jace's hammer, and so he cannot unlock the door. Unless, I guess, Jace didn't lock the door behind him back in episode 3? Anyway, one notable detail is that when
actually
Jace
almost definitely the
speaks,
case.
we can see his breath, indicating that the room is cold. However, when Sallow speaks, we do not see any breath. This is a subtle way to show that Sallow has likely been turned into some kind of unnatural puppet creature, and that potentially his body is physically as cold as the room. Sallow asks Jace if he wants to speak with Victor, and Victor possesses Sallow remotely and communicates with Jace. Since episode 2, Victor has become a hive mind, but he doesn't seem to have any kind of nefarious intentions at this point. As far as Victor is concerned, he is performing miracles so as to heal the world. And although what he is doing with Sallow here is certainly creepy, he did not force his way in, as Sallow made the offer to Jace. And it is made clear that Sallow is still conscious whilst Victor is in control. Victor says that he has made so many breakthroughs that he wishes to share with Jace, and Jace responds that Victor said he was done with both Hextech and their partnership. Victor says he was clouded by emotions, and he invites Jace to visit him in Zorn.
You've given Hextech to the people?
As we always promised we would.
Jace tells Victor that they have to destroy Hextech. Victor replies,
You seem different. Something happened. Now I see it. You too have touched the arcane. Your mind suffered.
And then Jace murders Sallow, and Sallow the Counselor is never mentioned again. The writers have essentially downloaded a new set of beliefs into Jace's head. They have turned him into a crazy murder person. He is now straight up willing to murder unarmed civilians if they get in his way. Jace did not need to kill Sallow to stop him taking the goo to Victor. He could just physically overpower him. I also have to wonder, did future Victor send Jace back to blap Sallow with his hammer? Even if not, present Victor realizes Jace is kind of fucky, and then he blips out of Sallow and leaves Sallow to deal with Jace alone, which is a bit of a dick move. Anyway, Jace's experiences in the alternate universe are intended to justify his actions in episodes 5 and 6. This means Jace consciously decided to murder Sallow because he deemed it necessary to save Piltover. This is a stretch given the information he has. Yes, Jace does also go on to kill Victor, but as this is not exactly permanent, and as Victor knew Jace was coming, I want to focus on Jace's murder of Sallow, who was unarmed, facing the other way, and was absolutely not expecting to be pancaked. The idea of ending one life to save many has been done multiple times. And if we are being totally logical and dispassionate, and we are working with absolute information, then it does make sense to end one life to save the world. However, there are multiple variables here that make this idea very shaky. Firstly, Jace has not been characterized as someone who is at all comfortable killing people. He was distraught over the death of the child in Season 1, and he vomited upon seeing Jinx's massacre on the bridge. His character was built entirely upon his goal of helping to improve lives with Hextech. Conversely, someone like Silco would absolutely end lives for his cause, and he would not have any moral qualms about doing so. And secondly, what information does Jace actually have? He presumably believes that he was transported into the future, a concept so far outside of Jace's ability to comprehend that he really has very little to work with. He cannot confirm that this was not a dream, that his mind was not being fucked with, or that killing Sallow would change anything. What has happened here is that the writers have taken a character who has until this point been almost entirely selfless and incorruptible, a character who has a very clear sense of right and wrong, They have given him information that supposedly shows the end of Piltover, if not Runeterra as a whole. And acting upon this information, they have turned Jace into a murderer for what he deems to be the greater good. The connective tissue is there, but nowhere near enough work was done to convince either Jace or the audience that murdering an innocent and unarmed man while his back is turned is necessary to avert the apocalypse. If it were presented in an entirely controlled environment and Jace knew for certain that killing Sallow would save the world, then I can accept that after some internal turmoil, he would probably do what needed to be done, and he would feel absolutely terrible after the fact. What we get instead is that he executes Sallow while his back is turned, he shows no remorse afterwards, and it is entirely unclear why Jace would think killing Sallow would accomplish anything. One defense I have seen of this is that Jace killed Sallow because he didn't believe Sallow existed anymore, and that he was simply a drone for Victor. I don't buy this at all, because Sallow was absolutely still in there, and if there was any doubt in Jace's mind, he is not a character who would take that risk. Another defense I have seen is that Jace killed Sallow because Sallow was going to die anyway when he killed Victor. And no, because Jace can't have known that killing Victor would have the effect that it did. This moral conundrum was pulled off far better in Season 1, as Marcus was forced to kill Caitlin to save his daughter, and whilst any parent would say that they would kill to protect their child, when you are standing there holding the gun and the target is entirely innocent, things are no longer as clear-cut. Episode 6 opens with Victor and Skye watching Jace blap Sallow with his hammer. Skye is like, oh no, poor Sallow, which I guess does confirm that future Victor probably didn't deliberately bring Jace back at the exact moment when Sallow was inside the failsafe room, which means this was just another staggering coincidence. Victor then says,
That isn't the Jace.
As a reminder, when we hear this line, we do not yet have the context from episode 7 that I have already covered, which means we just saw Jace murder Sallow, and then Victor, an infinitely powerful god being, immediately says that isn't Jace. This was clearly inserted so as to misdirect the audience to put their mind at ease by suggesting that Jace may have been possessed by a nefarious entity, or that the version of Jace that just murdered an innocent man is an evil alternate universe version of Jace or some shit. This is a shameless and manipulative misdirect because, in actuality, Jace is fully cognizant of what he is doing. He has been convinced by witnessing the post-apocalyptic alternate universe that he needs to destroy Hextech, and he will apparently murder anyone who gets in his way. Also, I know that Victor has now become a transcendent god being off-screen, and back when I was covering Season 1, if you told me that was going to happen in Season 2, I would not have believed you. But Victor just watched his friend and partner murder an innocent man, and his reaction was, wow, he must have really wanted to do that, huh?
There is another will at work within him.
Then Skye and Victor discuss the portal that sent Jace back, indicating that Victor knew about this thing and at least partially understands what happened to Jace. I know that Victor is now Space Jesus, but I don't know how he could have any comprehension of what happened to Jace unless, in the last few episodes while off-screen, Victor has become infinitely intelligent and has a comprehensive understanding of the nature of the arcane, wild runes, multiverses, and time travel, which is precisely what we are expected to accept, so fuck you, it makes sense. Victor then describes the wild rune under the Hex Gates as a singularity that is simultaneously self-replicating and self-annihilating. They have never seen anything as complex as this. This either tells us that Victor has never encountered a wild rune before, despite having become one with the arcane, or it tells us that this is no ordinary wild rune. This particular wild rune is very special for some
No, I
reason.
don't have cauliflower.
This is the beginning of the plot totally falling inwards upon itself as a result of all the mind-bending, multiversal, time-traveling fuckery, and it only gets worse from here.
Hello, Caitlin. Welcome to your lesson on strength. This here is the Noxian Strength Triangle.
Ambessa, that's a square.
I'm getting to that. So the Noxian Triangle consists of 3 principles. The first is vision, which sits at the top of the triangle. This is defined as being able to chart a course and having the wisdom to navigate it.
So should we put wisdom underneath vision if you need wisdom to have vision?
Okay, fine. We can add wisdom underneath. Might is the second principle and is defined as bending the environment to your will. When we were fighting, I noticed your speed improving, but eventually speed will not be enough, and you will need force.
Wait, so to make sure I understand this, can I add a little triangle here where might is at the top and it's built upon speed and force?
Fine, Caitlin, you can have your own triangle.
Sorry, I thought there were 2
The
different
final
kinds
principle
of
is guile.
call that.
Phantoms, tricksters, and mages who are absent honor and accountability.
Sounds like you don't like guile.
I do not.
But you recognize that to be strong means that you need to have guile?
Correct.
So do you have guile? Also, if guile lacks accountability and honor, does that mean vision and might do have accountability and honor?
Stop ruining my triangle! Anyway, I have discovered a 4th principle, one which heightens all others. Sacrifice, the temper born of suffering.
Wait, so sacrifice makes vision, wisdom, might, speed, force, and guile stronger?
Yes.
Okay, cool, so let's add little green lines to make that clear.
Caitlin, please focus. Sacrifice is something we both understand as others cannot.
Wait. I know I lost my mom and you lost your kids, but sacrifice is a pretty common thing. I mean, we've got Vi, Jinx, Jace, Victor, Mel, Echo, Silco, Vander, Marcus, Marcus's daughter, Singed.
Get off my boat.
Hello, Ambessa. I have tracked Warwick. He's in Zorn.
Well, he's not on the fucking moon, is he?
The point of all of this seems to be to set up the state of Noxus's leadership, but if this was the goal, then
he's
I
not
don't
on
know
the
why they
fucking
didn't specifically
moon.
discuss and reference the 3 Noxian leaders who embody the 3 sides of the hexagonal Noxian triangle. Showing Swain, Darius, and LeBlanc would have been the opportunity for some cheap fan service so as to please the people who would be entertained purely because they saw the thing that they know. It would have been the opportunity to develop Caitlin rather than merely suggesting that she has developed, as it will show that Caitlin is taking an interest in Noxus's leadership structure.
Wow, they are loud.
Arcane Season 2 to bait the future Noxus show that will inevitably be coming. Since episode 2, Victor has set up his commune and begun healing people, which means he has been doing this for anywhere between 6 months to about a year. He is doing this in Zorn, where we are repeatedly shown that most people are suffering. And whilst this commune has grown, it definitely does not seem to be anywhere near the size one would expect after existing for months. As far as I can tell, basically everyone in Zorn should know about this place and should be queuing up to get healed by Victor. Despite this commune gaining a reputation, somehow Ambessa did not know or didn't care about this place prior to episode 6. Additionally, neither Ambessa nor Caitlin checked this commune whilst invading Zorn looking for Jinx, which I guess means they didn't do a very thorough job of searching Zorn. Anyway, now we get to see what Vi and Jinx are doing with Warwick. Jinx was apparently aware of Victor's commune and has decided to see if Victor can heal him. In order to conceal this giant rage monster from everyone, they have put a blanket on his head and presumably told everyone in Zorn to make sure they don't bleed. Jinx is now walking around Zorn,
Nose
taking
plugs,
zero
man.
effort to conceal herself. Both she and the show seem to be of the view that Jinx is the hero, and that all of Zorn is on her side, and so why would she need to conceal her identity? The prospect of even one single person betraying her and telling the enforcers where she is simply never even considered. They arrive at the gate and discover that Huck has become Victor's gate person.
You filthy traitor.
What the fuck? Woman, he was high as a kite. He was a victim of Silco. Meanwhile, you betrayed the memory of your parents and gassed your fucking home. You don't get to call Huck a traitor. You bitch. Also, Jinx murdered a whole bunch of people for Silco, whereas Huck took drugs. And I don't see Vi calling out Jinx for being the unhinged psychopath that she is.
Well, at least they never had to see the psycho their daughter turned into.
The show has decided to gaslight its audience and massively downplay all of the horrendous shit Jinx inflicted upon innocent people, because don't you know, she's the hero now. Jinx is the character from the game, and she's going to get her redemption arc. So Vi doesn't appear to care how or why Huck was able to turn his life around. She's just like, fuck you, you betrayed me. Huck then agrees that he was a traitor, but says Victor has given him the chance to make amends. He asks them to surrender their weapons, which prompts Jinx to point her pistol in Huck's face. Random Kid is like, yeah, fuck you. Do you want to get shot? We are violent maniacs. Don't get in our way. And whilst I don't think this was at all necessary, I also find it unbelievable that either Jinx or Vi would even consider parting with their weapons. Jinx because she's a fucking nutcase, and Vi because she has already been shown to be unwilling to part with her weapons.
Take those off.
Make me.
Not to mention the fact
it's
that
just
they are accompanied by the most dangerous creature that has appeared in Arcane. If he flips out, Warwick will tear through the commune, and Jinx and Vi will be unable to stop him. For the safety of everyone present, Vi and Jinx need to keep their weapons. If Huck were to go and get his manager and Victor were to blip into Huck's brain, Victor would be like, oh, okay, well, you have a giant monster, let me come out and have a look, so as to not put everyone in danger. And then, after agreeing to heal Warwick, he would presumably allow Vi and Jinx inside with their weapons in case anything goes wrong. Or, alternatively, because the writers desperately need Vi and Jinx to leave their weapons, Victor could agree to help on the condition that they leave their weapons. At which point, it would be far more acceptable for Vi and Jinx to comply. Instead, they part with their weapons because them's the rules. Now, where exactly do the weapons go? And how does the commune ensure that weapons are not brought inside? Because if Vi or Jinx refused, no one would be able to stop them, other than, I guess, Victor. If Huck takes their weapons and puts them in a shed, does this shed have a guard? Because it would be odd for them to have an armed guard in a place where weapons are not allowed. But either way, unless they have multiple armed guards guarding the confiscated weapons, it would be very easy for someone to just break in and take whatever is inside. Which means, if someone were so inclined, they could very easily steal not one, but 2 Hextech weapons without having to go through their owners to get them. Also, weapons are not allowed, but giant robot werewolf zombies with weapons in place of hands are.
Yes, bitch.
So to recap, all of this has to go down in this.
You gotta disarm Warwick, literally.
For the desired emotional
just rip off his
episode
hands.
to be reached, Vi has to not only willingly part with her gauntlets, but she also has to just carelessly dump them on the floor and forget that they contain 2 Hextech gemstones. If Vi had kept her weapons, the ending of this episode, and therefore the season, changes fundamentally. Vi has to drop her weapons and hand them over to the Cult of Weirdos because the script says so. Now, this next part is critically important. Jinx pops out the Hextech gemstone from her pistol, and Random Kid sees her do this. Jinx leaves her weapon, but takes the gemstone. And this is presumably so that if someone were to steal her gun, they would be unable to fire it. Okay, nice to see some intelligent behavior from a character in Arcane Season 2, but why exactly did neither of them do the same with Vi's gauntlets? There is no reason beyond that everyone forgot. But not Random Kid, because Random Kid notices that the gauntlets have a blue glow on them, and she realizes that there is a gemstone inside each one. Because Vi just left the gauntlets on the floor by the entrance, Random Kid is able to take both of the Hextech gemstones out and bring them inside the commune. And this directly leads to one of the most contrived emotional payoffs I have ever seen. As they enter the commune, Warwick is spooked by a noise. The noise in question is a blacksmith putting a hot piece of metal in some water. Vi, however, calms him down, and Warwick does not go on a rampage. This reinforces how twitchy Warwick is, and the purpose of this is to build and maintain a constant level of tension before the climax, but as this is reliant upon there being no blood anywhere within smelling range of Warwick at any point, This instead shows us quite clearly that Warwick is still an aggressive beast of a creature that could go off at any time, and that everyone is really, really lucky that he does not. They meet Victor, who scans Warwick's brain to see what kind of affliction he is dealing with. In Dreamland, Victor finds Vander unresponsive before Warwick boots Victor out of his brain. Although Vander is very much dead, some part of his consciousness evidently still exists, because apparently during this sequence inside Warwick's brain, Vander told Victor his name.
Vander's psyche is deeply entangled with that of the beast.
How did you know his name?
He told me.
I don't have an explanation for this beyond...
Magic.
Victor concludes that trying to heal Warwick is a risk, but he commits to doing so anyway. This suggests that there is some unique property of Warwick/Vander that means Victor really, really wants to fix him. Why? The only answer I can give is that the Hex Corps wants him to do it because the Hex Corps has read the script. Warwick is a very obvious risk to everything Victor is doing in the commune, which Victor seems to acknowledge. But he is willing to take this risk because fixing this creature has just climbed to the top of his priority list. Maybe Victor sees the complexity and apparent impossibility of this task as a problem worth solving, as if rescuing Vander from the bowels of the beast is more worthy of his time than regular people are because of the degree of suffering involved. Maybe, but I just made that up. And whilst it does slot in as an alternative explanation for Victor being this adamant that he must help Vander, we don't get any dialogue addressing Victor's priorities in this regard. As in, if he spends months trying to heal this one guy who is really, really suffering, how many other people are going to continue to suffer to a lesser degree? In other words, what calculation is Victor making when optimizing his objective of healing people, of reducing the overall level of suffering in the world? I don't know. And because this is an interesting idea, Arcane Season 2 avoids this conversation. Victor says that he saw Vander's dream of Zorn as it could have been, before calling Jinx powder and inviting her to stay in the commune.
Your talent only used to build instead of destroy.
This spooks her, and she refuses to help build instead of destroy and says she will stick with what she knows. Jinx is uncomfortable with the idea of change, and she wants to remain as she is now, a hero who destroys everything. Victor says that he will do everything he can to heal Victor on one condition. Warwick must be restrained at night. How they intend to do this is unclear, and why only at night is unclear. Victor says he has seen the harm Warwick is capable of, which presumably means he saw visions of the attack at Stillwater, and yet no mention is made of the role the scent of blood played. But I guess Victor assumed that Warwick is literally a werewolf and will go into beast mode at night, and so everyone agrees. Then we see a montage of Victor trying to reach Vander through a music video, and this sequence takes place over an unspecified period of time. In case the visuals and dialogue were insufficient, the lyrics to the accompanying song Remember Me by Deformed tell us rather bluntly what is happening. Can you find me? I'm not hiding. All my memories, how am I not me? Show yourself, not me. We're all creatures, oh we might be. Find the mirror, see what I see. This montage shows flashbacks of Vi and Powder as kids, as well as Vander, Silco, Benzo, and their parents. It is revealed that Vander was a very important person in Vi's younger years. He was directly involved in their earlier life, prior to them losing their parents, which further adds to the rather damaging idea that Vander adopted Vi and Powder because he had known them his whole life, ejecting the idea that he adopted two random kids that he found after realizing he had gotten their parents killed. The moral decision to give up on his dreams of revolution is far less meaningful with the added context that Vander was already invested in Vi and Powder prior to the death of their parents, because this is now something we would expect Vander would do. The decision Vander made still exists, but it is far less significant. During this montage, we see Vander teaching Vi to fight as a child. This presumably is not something that happened after the bridge scene, because the bridge scene is what caused Vander to turn away from violence. So does this mean then that Vander was using child soldiers? Was he training Vi to fight the Enforcers for independence? The answer is maybe. And the answer should not have been maybe. The answer should have been, what the fuck? Stop it! What are you doing to Vander? Anyway, the point of this sequence is to get Vander to remember himself, and the visuals shown to us are primarily of Vi and Powder's family, to whom Vander was a close friend. I don't know why we are appealing to these memories rather than his memories of raising Vi and Powder himself, as the point of all this is for him to remember who he actually is, not to make him happy or anything. Vander never had any kids of his own, but he absolutely treated Vi specifically as if she was his own child. We know quite literally nothing about Vi's biological father other than that he was not Vander. In other words, the writers have decided to retcon that Vander has been an integral part of Vi and Powder's lives since the day they were born. He was one of the most important people in Vi and Powder's lives prior to the scene on the bridge. Which means the writers have damaged the character from Season 1 in order to amplify the emotional connection between these characters in service of a big dramatic emotional scene that will be coming in about 20 minutes' time.
Okay. Disappointed!
Meanwhile, in reality, Vi finds a piece of the water tower from Season 1 where they used to live. This means Victor built this commune at the very bottom of the Undercity, where people previously lived under the worst conditions. Symbolically, this works, and I quite like the idea that Victor is using the location previously shown to be the absolute depths of suffering and depravity to begin healing Zorn. However, the reason Victor is here in the first place is because the Hex Corps told him to come here, and I don't know why. It would make sense for Victor to want this, but I can't think of a reason why the Hex Corps would need Victor to set up his commune here specifically. Anyway, Vi asks if Jinx thinks Victor's commune could actually work. Jinx replies that it is an underground utopia run by a skinny tin machine herald, which is indeed the thing from the it was the thing from the thing, before Riot decided to delete Victor the Machine Herald and replace him with Victor the Herald of the Arcane. But Victor isn't made of tin, nor does he appear to be made of tin, which I guess means Jinx said the line because she exists for my entertainment. Anyway, Vi suggests that she, Jinx, and Random Kid all stay in the commune to help out. Vi appears to have escaped from her alcoholic goth phase, and Jinx's reply suggests that she is potentially open to the idea.
What if we stayed?
Vi and Jinx have got their family back. Things have indeed gone back to the way that they were. Meanwhile, Singed has plugged some of Warwick's goo into a compass and has tracked him to Victor's commune. He has led the Noxians and Caitlin to this location. As before, Huck insists that everyone hand over their weapons. Ambessa is like, fuck no, and nods to Rictus, who approaches Huck. Caitlin, if you recall, met Huck in Season 1, and I'm unsure if she recognizes him here because his physical appearance has dramatically changed, but either way, Caitlin doesn't seem to care that Rictus might be about to execute this man. Before anything can happen, Singed suggests that he go in to speak with Victor, as he has worked out that Victor is the mystical healer. So, why then did Singed not ask Victor the Omnissiah to help out with his daughter? Victor's whole deal is healing people, and Singed's entire motivation is built upon his desire to heal his daughter, and Victor owes Singed because Singed helped him out in Season 1. Maybe Victor would not be able to do anything to help Singed's daughter, because if she is indeed dead, then maybe Victor would have nothing to work with when using his arcane powers, but that there is no discussion comes off as though the writers did not consider this possibility from Singed's perspective. Ambessa agrees to allow Singed into the commune alone to speak with Victor, and I have no idea why. She has no idea what Singed is going to do. She has no idea what Victor is currently doing. She has no idea where Warwick is.
How is this being organized?
She has very little reason to trust Singed, certainly far less reason than she has to trust Caitlin, whom she is revealed to be suspicious of. All she knows is that Singed claims that Warwick is at the commune, and that Singed claims to know Victor. Singed could be allied with Victor, and may want to warn him. He may want to go in and flip a switch on Warwick's head to trigger another rampage for shits and gigs. Ambessa has absolutely no idea what this man is going to do. Given that Ambessa is not at all averse to bloodshed, it is very strange for her to allow Singed out of her sight in this manner, given the stakes involved, and it is equally strange that she doesn't just say fuck the rules and force her way in. I say force her way in. It wouldn't even require force. It would just require that she and her soldiers walk forwards, because no one present can stop them. She instead decides to wait until that evening, saying, "Ready our forces for tonight," implying that she will go in by force later if the peaceful option fails. This is a very important and very contrived plot development. Ambessa does not have adequate reason to wait until that evening to attack, but if she did not give everyone a few hours to play with before pulling the trigger, the story would once again be over. Meanwhile, Victor continues healing Warwick, and Singed arrives, telling Victor that his power is finite and diminished by every use. Singed knows this because shut up and don't think about it. He says that the regenerative qualities of Warwick's blood will stabilize Victor and will allow Victor to continue using his powers. The idea that Victor is running out of batteries has come out of nowhere. Singed is later revealed to be correct, which means if not for Singed being tasked by Ambessa with hunting down Warwick, whom Vi and Jinx have taken to Victor's commune, Victor would have run out of power before he could have finished his glorious evolution. Ah, but you see, this was all a part of Singed's master plan. He knew that after taking the Shimmer, Victor would ascend to a new plane of existence and become one with the arcane. He would then return to Zorn to use his new powers for good. Vanda's children would reunite and take Warwick to Victor, and Ambessa would order him to track down Warwick for her. It all makes perfect sense, provided we give Singed a copy of the script. Singed believes Victor must survive, because Victor has now become the ultimate mutation. He is powerful beyond comprehension, and although Singed does not particularly care about Victor as a person, he believes that the mutation must survive, presumably so that he can use this power to resurrect his daughter. Victor then asks if Singed believes in fate, and Singed replies that what Victor calls fate is evolution. Victor, however, disagrees, saying that evolution has a destination: to supersede nature. This is not what evolution and fate mean, and my guess is that the show has written itself into a corner because it wanted to reference certain lines from the video game.
Join the glorious evolution.
It was mandated by the powers that be that Victor must say glorious evolution. How far we have fallen. As a reminder, Season 1 did absolutely contain fan service. It is probably the best example that I have of fan service done exceptionally well. The climax of the story that had been carefully built up over 9 episodes was Jinx finally using her ultimate ability from the video game. But that was not the point of that scene. This was an incredibly effective and inevitably tragic climax for the character of Jinx and the power struggle between Piltover and Zorn. The writers may well have started with the idea that they wanted to end Season 1 with Jinx firing a rocket, but this scene is so much more than a superficial reference to the video game. If you watched Season 1, Episode 9, and you were clapping because, oh my god, it's the Super Mega Death Rocket from League of Legends, then you do not care about storytelling. And because you do not care about storytelling, I have no doubt that you thoroughly enjoyed Season 2. Anyway, back to evolution and fate. What Singed wants to do here is pump Victor full of Warwick goo so that he doesn't run out of batteries. And this could be described as superseding nature, but it is not evolution. Evolution does not have a destination. Evolution is when something gradually improves generationally through survival of the fittest. Small changes or mutations may become favored, leading to that mutation reproducing and making more, whilst less optimal mutations die out. And over millions of years, that's how you go from little retarded fish frogs to big retarded fish frogs. This was not a preordained destination. If you were to go back millions of years and say to a sea cucumber, hey little buddy, one day you will evolve into a guy talking about a TV show on the internet because that is the destination of your evolution, the sea cucumber would well, it wouldn't talk because it's a sea cucumber, but if it could reply, it would say, that isn't how evolution works. What I think the writers are appealing to here is the idea of evolving to the point where you do not need to evolve any further in order to survive. One example of this would be crocodiles, which have evolved very little since the Jurassic period. The reason for this is that, through evolution, crocodiles reached a quote-unquote destination that did not need to be altered further in order for them to survive. But when we apply this concept to the world of Arcane, we do not get a one-to-one translation. Regeneration, resurrection, magic, Warwick goo, transcendent beings, interdimensional consciousness, all of these are present in the world of Arcane. It potentially makes an amount of sense for Victor to consider it possible for him to supersede nature by becoming a perfect being that cannot be improved further, but this would only occur through unnatural means. Essentially, if a wizard casts a spell on Victor and he becomes a god being, this is not evolution. This would instead be using magic to supersede nature. The concept of the glorious evolution, which originated with the version of Victor that we had in League of Legends, is a concept that made sense in Season 1, which appeared to be setting up that Victor would gradually evolve himself, incrementally making small improvements to his physical form, and eventually wanting to do the same to other people. Because Season 2 has slapped a metric shit ton of magical bullshit onto the character of Victor, the concept of the glorious evolution is lost in amongst the complexities of the magic system. Additionally, whilst directed evolution is conceptually possible, it would not be possible to deliberately evolve yourself with some incomprehensible theoretical ultimate form as your destination, because, time travel aside, you cannot ever know if you have reached this ultimate form. Victor's comment on evolution superseding nature is also nonsensical because evolution is an inherent part of nature. When the sea cucumber evolves into an Acanthostega over millions of years, it can't then be like, fuck you, nature, I have superseded you, you don't control me anymore, I can walk on land now, because unbeknownst to the Acanthostega, it is going to continue evolving. Anyway, Victor concludes that he will not sacrifice Warwick/Vander for Singed's cause, and I am now thoroughly confused. Singed suggested that Victor sacrifice Warwick so that Victor can keep healing everyone, which is something Victor also wants, and so why he dismisses this idea as Singed's cause, I have no idea. He asks Singed to leave, and he does, but warns that if Victor perishes, the community will follow. This next section is probably the most logistically balked piece of storytelling in Arcane, because it consists of a hellish sandwich made of a complete disregard for cause and effect, character assassination, and the writers giving characters access to the script. Vi sees Singed leaving Victor's home, recognizes him, and follows him out of the commune. Vi and Singed have never shared a scene together, which means we must infer that during her time in prison, Vi became aware of a creepy science man who worked with Silco, and she recognizes him because shut up and don't think about it. Presumably, she doesn't know or care why Singed is here, she just wants to punch him because he was affiliated with Silco. The rest of the story of Arcane is now contingent upon Vi just wandering around the commune and, oh, I know that guy. Vi then follows Singed and is ambushed by Caitlyn, who subdues Vi using exactly the same moves Ambessa used on Caitlyn when they were chatting about triangles. Neat detail, but why the fuck is Caitlyn standing guard in some random place when she is not only in charge of Ambessa, but she is in charge of Piltover? For fuck's sake, there's people you can hire for this kind of thing. The rest of the story of Arcane is now contingent upon Vi just wandering around outside the commune and, oh, look, it's Caitlyn. Anyway, Caitlyn subdues Vi and tells her she can't be here. Caitlyn explains to Vi that they tracked a bloodthirsty, murderous beast down here, and Vi replies that she is here to save her dad. What happens next is unclear because we cut away.
Why would you do that?
Would Vi have previously confided in Caitlyn what happened to Vander? I would say probably not, but then Caitlyn is the only person she has ever opened up to. So, are we meant to infer that after the camera cuts away, Vi explains that her dad is the same monster Caitlyn is hunting? Or is Vi deliberately concealing that information?
I have no fucking idea.
Caitlin knows that Vi's parents were killed by enforcers, and so Vi saying, "I'm here to save my dad," is a line that would warrant further explanation. But how this relates to Vander and what Vi actually says to Caitlin, we don't know because we cut away. In order for Vi to convince Caitlin to help, she would need to explain who Vander was and what happened to him in Season 1. That she is pretty sure that Vander is now a giant werewolf, although she has no understanding of how. And that actually it's okay that Warwick slaughtered countless people and undid Caitlin's months of peacekeeping operations, because Warwick is Vi's dad and he needs saving. My guess is that off-screen, Vi explains everything to Caitlin that was necessary to convince her to help, which means, once again, the writers imply that something might happen, and then we cut forwards and that thing has indeed happened. Singed has returned to Ambessa and tells her that Victor is trying to save the man inside the beast, and that if he succeeds, Warwick will be of no use to her. Presumably, the end goal for Victor is for him to delete the beast, and for Vander's consciousness to fully inhabit the body of Warwick. Singed says that he can make a serum that will prohibit Victor's success, and then he makes the serum within quite literally about a minute, as other characters walk in and out of Ambessa's tent. And a rather important question that is never asked by Ambessa at any point, can Singed not just make another one? Warwick is special because of Vander's pain tolerance, as Vander's genes were apparently necessary in helping Singed learn how to reanimate flesh so that he can resurrect his daughter. But if Ambessa were to ask Singed, "Hey, can you just make a new one for me?" surely Singed would be able to, as he does not need Vander to make another killing machine. Anyway, Caitlin then enters the tent and pretends to have captured Vi. They came up with a plan off-screen, but we do not yet know what that plan is. The Noxians do not search Vi, and I am highlighting this for no reason whatsoever. Caitlin and Singed both leave, as does Rictus. Ambessa has sent Caitlin and Singed into the commune to sabotage Warwick using Singed's serum, and it is revealed later that she had sent Rictus to keep an eye on Caitlin. This is already strange, and by strange I mean contrived, because Caitlin does not need to be present for Singed to administer the serum. He could just walk in and inject Warwick alone. However, Caitlin decided to be present because she knew that she needed to stop Singed from doing whatever he was going to do. Meanwhile, Random Kid has snuck over to the weapons locker to retrieve Jinx's pistol. Jinx then tells Random Kid how much she loves her. She says that since meeting Random Kid, it's like she's wearing glasses, but she can't tell if the glasses have made things clear or blurry. Jinx is suggesting that she is unsure if Random Kid is distracting her from reality, or if the madness of reality has been swept aside because Random Kid is her new reality. And again, the idea that Jinx can see anything clearly after the events of Season 1 is absurd. Jinx watches Singed and Caitlin approach Warwick, and Jinx aims her pistol.
Oh no.
With the exception of Vi, Caitlin is perhaps the person who has caused Jinx the most trauma in her life. And Singed was also directly involved in her being juiced up on Shimmer, which was a nightmarish hallucinatory ordeal. This was thoroughly evident in Season 1, but I guess appealing to Season 1 is a pointless exercise because Season 2 believes that it has developed and grown the character of Jinx in such a way as to heal her from past afflictions. But even so, Caitlin and Singed enter the building, and Jinx is casually cracking jokes with Random Kid.
Wanna hear a dumb joke? A sentimental ex-con, again, verbal, and two of Piltover's most wanted. Well, you know a weird cult. Here comes the punchline.
This does not cause any reflection or introspection whatsoever. Caitlin and Singed may as well have been Gilbert and Bartholomew, two down-on-their-luck Zornites trying to turn their lives around. All meaning has been stripped from these character relationships. Neither the show nor Jinx acknowledge her troubled relationship with Caitlin.
Alrighty then.
We do not get clarification on Vi's insane plan until episode 8, which means the fact that it doesn't make any sense is obfuscated in episode 6. The plan was for Jinx to hang tight and take out Singed if Caitlin has second thoughts. Jinx was a contingency. This doesn't make any sense because Caitlyn's presence or cooperation was not necessary for them to free Warwick. In a later discussion with Vi, Caitlyn speculates that Jinx was there to take out Singed, should Caitlyn have decided not to, and Vi confirms that this was the plan. This means Vi placed an immense degree of trust in Jinx not to freak out and shoot Caitlyn, something she has wanted to do for a long time. This also means that the sequence of events in episode 6 are as follows. Vi tells Jinx to shoot Singed if Caitlyn gets cold feet, and this happens prior to her learning that
What's
either
the failure
Singed or
odds of that?
Caitlyn were present. Vi then follows Singed and gets
80%.
ambushed by Caitlyn.
God damn it.
Vi explains why she is here and convinces Caitlyn to help. Caitlyn pretends to arrest Vi and brings her to Ambessa, leaving her net grenade capsule in Vi's pocket, before accompanying Singed into the commune so as to prevent him from sabotaging Warwick. So this opens up a whole bunch of questions. How did Vi know that she needed a contingency before knowing that Caitlyn was present? Why did Vi trust that Jinx would not shoot Caitlyn? How did either Vi or Caitlyn know that Singed was going to sabotage Warwick? Why did Ambessa send Singed when she could have attacked with her soldiers? Why did Ambessa suspect Caitlyn? Why did Jinx rescue Caitlyn? And why was any of this necessary if the plan was simply to get Warwick out of the commune? Alternatively, we can redirect some logistical issues directly onto the characters. And if we do the writers a little favor and say that after coming up with their plan, Vi went back into the commune while Caitlyn chilled out on her own outside the Noxian camp, Vi then explained to Jinx that Caitlyn is here and is going to help them. This did not prompt any kind of adverse reaction from Jinx, and then Vi explained that Caitlyn is going to get Singed to come into the commune, she will incapacitate him, and she will then help Warwick escape, and that should Caitlyn change her mind, Jinx would act as a contingency and would shoot Singed.
It makes sense. Don't be a bitch.
This has so many holes that I don't know where to begin. The only way Vi could have set up the contingency involving Jinx is if she returned to the commune after getting ambushed by Caitlyn. If she had time to do this, why could Caitlyn not have come with her and helped rescue Warwick without involving Singed? Instead, Caitlyn seems to know that Singed would come back to sabotage Warwick, because if they did not expect that Singed would come back, then there would be no need for the Jinx contingency. Additionally, this plan to get Vi fake arrested to distract Ambessa is completely pointless, because Caitlyn already knew that they had until that evening, because Ambessa gave her enemies a few hours to play with for no discernible reason, and so they could have just accomplished whatever they were trying to do in getting Warwick out of the commune and away from Ambessa, without requiring that Vi's life be put at risk. Instead of executing Vi on the spot, which is exactly what Ambessa would do,
Kill her!
Ambessa explains to Vi how impressed she is, but says that she still needs to kill Vi so as to not distract Caitlyn. Ambessa inexplicably considers it vital that Vi understand why she is going to die. Given that Ambessa does not trust Caitlyn, which will be revealed soon, and given that she wants Vi to die, Ambessa could have asked Caitlyn to execute Vi herself as a test of loyalty, which would have then revealed Caitlyn's change of heart, Caitlyn and Vi would die, Ambessa would capture Warwick,
That's a
assume
long
full control over Piltover, and the story would be over.
Gonna take another leak. I'll be right back. Yeah, the meal came with some like grape electrolyte stuff, but it does not taste great. And I did not pause. Sure, I'm glad I didn't get murdered. Doesn't look like anything spawned either. Okay. Yeah, I can get the jetpack later. I think I started on mechanism. What's my actual goal with mechanism? Obviously the bow. No, I need to make a nuclear reactor. Oh, fucking goddammit. I've been deliberately not mining uranium because I was like, I don't need a nuclear reactor. Fucking goddammit. Whatever. I have a giant ass backpack now, so I can actually go on a long mining trip. Just pick up anything and everything in massive quantities. Mending helps. Okay, let's just ditch as much crap as possible. Actually, I should keep the water bucket. Ditch that. Throw away the rotten flesh, throw away the sticks. Have the night vision charm, put the boat away. How much food do I have left? It's not actually sorting those. It's kind of annoying. Oh, message. Please be unimportant. Full muster in 30 minutes. Okay. I can work with that. Alright, time to see what the range is on this. Is that gonna pull those in? No, perfect. Alright. I should just bring the boat. I usually go left. So let's hang a right this time. Oh. Seriously, why does it keep doing that?
Given that Ambessa is already suspicious of Caitlin for some reason, even though they were training and discussing Noxus's leadership structure, yesterday? This means she suspects that some devilish plot is afoot. And yet, she decides not only to ramble at Vi and explain everything, but also to listen intently as Vi explains how to be trustworthy. Yeah, this has gone on long enough. Ambessa is annihilated. She is now a naive moron who believes she is being fucked with, but then allows herself to be fucked with. Also, her objective seems rather complicated. Her plan is to acquire Hextech. And this apparently requires that Caitlin not be distracted by Vi. If her plan is to acquire Hextech, then she needs Caitlin to be a competent leader so that she can get Warwick, so that she can use him to stop the Black Rose in case Hextech is a dead end, and therefore Ambessa has no choice but to kill Vi, because Caitlin being distracted makes things harder for her. Anyway, Vi says Vander told her 3 things she must do to be trusted. As the number 3 is Ambessa's greatest weakness, this time wasting works out perfectly. Vi says you need to be honest, patient, and shut the fuck up. She then frees herself, removes Caitlin's net launcher from her cat flap, and incapacitates Ambessa. Excellent. Vi now has Ambessa at her mercy. I had assumed that the point of this was to be a distraction whilst Caitlin carries out her part of the plan, but this is not like a big explosion in the camp or anything. This is Vi quietly knocking out Ambessa and then leaving. If the purpose of this was to slow Ambessa down, I can think of a somewhat more permanent way to slow her down, and there is simply no reason why Vi would opt not to assassinate Ambessa here and now, beyond the fact that the writers didn't want the protagonist to throttle a defenseless woman. Ambessa is hunting Warwick, which means as far as Vi is concerned, Ambessa wants to separate Vi from her family. Vi certainly has enough reason to kill Ambessa even without considering the larger scale threat she poses to Piltover and Zorn with her army, and Vi is not a character who has a problem with killing people if necessary. She has defended herself multiple times, leading to the presumed deaths of her opponents, and although Ambessa is incapacitated by the net launcher, the threat she poses is beyond anything Vi has encountered before. Meanwhile, as Caitlin and Singed approach Warwick, Caitlin incapacitates Singed. She then tells Warwick that Vi sent her and that she is going to get Warwick out. Vi's original intention was that Warwick would be healed by Victor. After realizing that Ambessa is here to recover Warwick, she devised a plan with Caitlin and sent Caitlin into the commune to smuggle Warwick out before Ambessa could react. Which means they do not have any kind of plan B to fix Warwick. They just want to get him away from Ambessa. As I have mentioned, this plan involves Caitlin for absolutely no reason, as Jinx could have just helped Warwick escape instead, and because Caitlin is involved, I find myself asking how Vi or Caitlin can be sure that Warwick will not tear her to pieces, given that he does not know who she is, and given that he recently rampaged through multiple other people wearing the same uniform as Caitlin. Unfortunately, Rictus follows Caitlin and attacks her. He is angered by Caitlin's betrayal because Ambessa truly believed in her. Jinx then shoots Rictus to protect Caitlin. Yes, Jinx just saved Caitlin's life. Jinx has not addressed the idea of Caitlin since becoming a hero, and so, surprise fucking surprise, we have no idea what she thinks about Caitlin right now. But given the fact that she has spent a significant amount of Arcane trying to kill Caitlin, it is infuriating for her to now suddenly want to save her life, because we have no information to work with that can help explain why she does this. All we can do is say, well, Jinx saves Caitlin because she is a big fat hero. Jinx and Rictus fight. Rictus absorbs Jinx's Hextech pistol rounds with his magic runes on his halberd, and he does manage to defeat Jinx, almost executing her and avenging the countless families who have suffered directly because of her. But, unfortunately, Warwick wakes up and saves Jinx. Instead of attacking the man who is about to kill Jinx, Warwick puts himself between Rictus and Jinx so that we can get the incredible line,
Yay!
before Warwick punches Rictus out of the window. Rictus is not dead, but is badly wounded, as he is covered in blood. The blood, of course, has zero effect on Warwick, which means Victor must have healed him, I guess. Either that or the writers forgot. Also, we saw how ridiculously overpowered these Noxian weapons are, and yet this metal contraption attached to Warwick's back, a contraption that appears to exist to pump goo into Warwick, rather than functioning as any kind of defensive armor plating or anything, is stronger than Noxian weapons. My understanding was that Singed is an alchemist, not the greatest of elven smiths, but these are silly details. The important thing is that Warwick gets to say,
"No touchy."
And everyone claps. Caitlin realizes Jinx is here and says, "You," but does not react further. Caitlin has been singularly driven throughout this season to kill Jinx and avenge her mother. However, Jinx just saved her from Rictus due to a confounding string of either thoroughly confusing or straight-up nonsensical plans running simultaneously, and so Caitlin reconsiders. Caitlin then watches Jinx
I did a loop.
something that she can never do again because of Jinx. This should cause an extreme emotional response, but it doesn't because Caitlin is now a goodie, so saith the writers. Jinx has taken everything from Caitlin, and yet Jinx still gets to have her happy family. And Caitlin does not react to this injustice.
Alright.
No two characters in Arcane want to kill each other more than Caitlin and Jinx in Season 2. But fuck me, right, for expecting these characters to act with any semblance of consistency. Also, Vi runs in here carrying a gun, which I guess means weapons are allowed in now. Also, Richter's got in with his helmet. Also, fucking Jace was allowed in with his hammer. Good lord, it sure is easy to invent rules that will allow the plot to happen, only to forget them 20 minutes later. During all of this inside-out scheming involving Vi, Jinx, and Caitlin, we see glimpses of Jace, who has made it out of Piltover and into the commune. How he has managed to walk into the middle of Zorn without anyone being like, holy fuck, it's Jace, where have you been? I have no idea. And given Jace's actions with Sallow, had this happened, Jace would have presumably just blapped them with his hammer as well, because he really, really, really wants to destroy Hextech. Jace manages to reach Victor whilst accidentally avoiding bumping into either Vi or Caitlin. He is not hiding. He is very distinctive because he is the fucking man of progress, the Counselor Jace Tallis, who has been missing for months, and he is now wandering around with a gooey hammer, a broken leg, and a hobo beard. Jace nearly shoots another child, but doesn't, and then the kid takes him to see Victor. Then Jace murders his best friend and colleague.
What is happening?
We learn why he did this in episode 7, as I have already been into, but that's all we get. No discussions, no reflection. Jace just goes into the alternate universe hellscape, realizes he needs to kill Victor to prevent that from happening, and then he kills Victor.
Mission accomplished.
Also, Victor should absolutely know that Jace is coming, but he doesn't seem to. And I can't think of a reason why Victor would want Jace to kill him, unless this is part of some inside-out 7-dimensional chess move by the Hex Core, where it wants Victor's physical body to die so that it can properly take over, and so the Hex Core prevents Victor from reacting? Again, we can only really make sense of this by justifying it with vaguely defined sci-fi bullshit. Victor's death has a droid control ship effect, causing all of the people Victor helped to scream and then die. Why this happens is unclear. I would have expected that maybe their afflictions would come back, so Huck would become mutated and Sallow's legs would suddenly stop working if he was still alive, because when Victor dies, he loses concentration and is unable to use the arcane to keep these afflictions in check. But instead, Victor apparently used his powers to take total control over every person he touched, to the point where his death caused their deaths. I can't tell you why Victor did this, nor can I tell you if Victor intended to do this, or if the Hex Core was tricking him. Hearing the hellish screams of 1,000 dying souls, Vi, Caitlin, and Jinx run outside like, what the fuck, leaving an unconscious Singed alone with Warwick.
That's a damn stupid thing to do.
Singed apparently takes this opportunity to jab Warwick with some goo, which appears to undo whatever progress Victor made and send Warwick into overdrive. Okay, why did he do that? How does sending Warwick on another rampage help him? This is what I mean about Singed just being like, fuck it, and doing whatever he feels like at any given moment. Pumping Warwick full of insanity goo will presumably prevent Ambessa from capturing him, so I guess he has decided that he doesn't need Ambessa's help anymore, and he plans to let Warwick rip and tear until the goo wears off, at which point he will take him back to the lab and continue his experiments. Which requires that we ignore the fact that Ambessa and Caitlin now know where Singed's lab is. So, presumably he was hoping that Warwick would kill both of them? I had initially thought that the reason Warwick went into overdrive was because Victor had died, and so all of the work Victor had done to heal Warwick was undone instantaneously, but then we get this shot here of Singed, fully conscious and clearly holding his little doohickey, and so if Singed did not have anything to do with Warwick becoming a lava monster, then why include this shot? Additionally, whatever has happened to Warwick is very clearly not normal. This is not at all what he looked like in episode 4 when he rampaged through the prison. He seems to be fueled by lava, and his aggression has been dialed up to 11. If it were as simple as Victor's death undoing the progress that had been made, then I would have expected that Warwick would just be a regular murder machine like he was in episode 4, and so the fact that he is now overclocked and full of lava indicates that Singed has done something to him. Anyway, Rictus, the best character in Season 2, realizes what is happening and reaches for his weapon, despite being badly injured. Then Warwick jumps on him and tears him to pieces. This should not have been the most emotionally effective scene in Arcane Season 2, but it was. This legitimately made me sad, because Rictus was a very simple character, but he didn't deserve this. He was a Chad, and he was loyal to Ambessa, and his actions all made sense, and so he was entirely believable. This felt like watching an underdog die whilst fighting for his life, whereas in basically every other instance, named character deaths in Arcane Season 2 feel like watching the writers toy with my emotions. Then the camera zooms in on Ambessa, who is suddenly here with her entire army, and no one noticed. Seeing Rictus get killed by Warwick causes Ambessa to order the Noxians to charge into battle. This means that Ambessa was already inside the commune and was marching directly towards where Rictus was, and yet she watched Warwick rage the fuck out and begin pulverizing him, which is not something that happened particularly quickly, and yet Ambessa did not run in to try and save him. As soon as Warwick got juiced and started roaring, Ambessa's first reaction should have been, oh my god, I sent Rictus in there to keep an eye on Caitlin. We could even have had a fight scene where Ambessa and Rictus both fight Warwick, and Rictus dies in an effort to protect Ambessa, which would have been far more satisfying than Warwick just tearing him apart while Ambessa watches for some reason. Caitlin, Vi, and Jinx all try to defend Warwick by fighting the Noxians, and I don't have an explanation for why any of them survive. To be clear, there are a whole load of Noxians trying to kill Jinx, Caitlin, and Vi. Jinx and Caitlin have their guns, so okay, I can accept them being able to defend themselves at least temporarily. But Vi has jack shit. Also, none of the Noxians...
Vi is literally unarmed.
That would make things too easy.
Against the Noxians.
During the battle, we get a voiceover from Victor as he dies.
So, like, if she had her gauntlets, that makes some sense.
Hidden within the pattern. The reason for our failures in the commune. The Doctor was right. It's inescapable. Humanity, our very essence, our emotions, rage, compassion, hate, two sides of the same coin, inextricably bound. That which inspires us to our greatest good is also the cause of our greatest evil. Setting aside the fact that Arcane Season 2 once again has trouble counting to 3, the pattern Victor refers to is inevitable human behaviors, and the message hidden within the pattern is that humanity itself is a problem that needs fixing. Victor is meant to be an infinitely intelligent super being, an unprecedented combination of the arcane and the human form, and he is like, the mysteries of the universe have been revealed to me. Humanity sometimes does bad things when they try to do good things. Not only is this almost exactly the revelation Victor had at the end of Season 1, but I also don't understand why his storyline so far in Season 2 would ever lead him to conclude that people's humanity makes progress impossible. He has nonetheless become convinced that humanity is the problem, our very essence, the things that make us human. It's in our nature to destroy ourselves. There are a handful of things that caused this carnage to break out, and not one of them could be described as inevitable human nature or emotions getting the better of us. Jace was convinced to kill Victor because he wanted to prevent the apocalypse. This is not an emotional or irrational decision, and Victor did not know why Jace just shot him. Singed injected Warwick with lava goo because he wanted to ensure that Victor is unsuccessful in healing Warwick. I don't really know why he did this, so I can't call it a logical decision, but I think the show believes Singed is cooperating with Ambessa when he does this, which means this decision is drawn from his desire to heal his daughter, and again, Victor did not know that Singed had done this, nor did he know why. And finally, Ambessa orders her army to charge at Warwick because Warwick just killed Rictus. This is an emotional reaction, but this is exactly what Ambessa was here to do from the start. She intended to capture or kill Warwick, and had Singed not put Warwick into overdrive mode, she would have been able to just walk up and capture him. And again, Victor did not have any understanding of Ambessa and Rictus's relationship, and so he could not have understood why the Noxians attacked. So the only one of these events that applies whatsoever to Victor's monologue is Ambessa's emotional reaction to Rictus's death. But I cannot accept that this event is what prompted Victor to realize that humanity itself is the problem. Irrational human emotions did not cause any of the bullshit that goes down at the end of Act 2. In amongst the fighting, Jinx tries and fails to calm Warwick down. Random Kid sees that Jinx has been knocked to the ground. She runs past Jinx, grabs the pistol, loads all 3 Hextech gemstones into it, gets right underneath Warwick, and pulls the trigger. Big boom, episode over. Why did Random Kid do this? Seemingly to protect Jinx, which was not directly necessary. If the writers wanted Random Kid to do this because Jinx was about to be killed, then this would have made slightly more sense. And in taking this action, Random Kid does not actually accomplish anything. She did not need to do this. The only impact this has narratively is that it rewinds Jinx back to the emotional state she was in 6 episodes earlier, and Random Kid is never mentioned again. This sequence requires that Random Kid has the Hextech gemstones, which is absurd for reasons I have already been into. It requires that she understand what will happen when she fires the gun, that she believe this will incapacitate Warwick and also sacrifice herself, and that Jinx will be saved as a result. She has a comprehensive understanding of all of the variables, and we are apparently to believe that she made the informed decision to weigh the value of her own life against that of Jinx's, and she was willing to die so that Jinx could become the hero Gotham deserves. In amongst this highly amusing sequence, we see flashbacks of Random Kid's time with Jinx. We are supposed to care more than we do, because Random Kid barely has a character, beyond that she is obsessed with Jinx and looks up to her. She is a plot device that is leveraged for emotional impact. The show gaslights the audience by being like, look, remember all the fun these two had off screen? Look at how closely they have bonded and look how wholesome their relationship is. Oh, shit, we haven't developed this? Throw in a music video, that will explain everything. I am not quite decided on whether or not it is possible to cheat when writing, but if it is, this is cheating. Imagine for a moment that the Fellowship of the Ring introduced the character of Boromir, and he was like, hello, I'm Boromir. One does not simply walk into Mordor, etc. And then Boromir was just kind of there for the duration of the journey to Amon Hen. And we maybe get a couple of scenes where Aragorn sits down with Boromir and talks at him, saying, man, Boromir, all this journeying has made me really appreciate our friendship. You are so inspiring, and you have convinced me to take my rightful place as the King of Gondor. And then when we get to the end of the film, Boromir gets shot by Lurtz, and the writers edit in a load of footage of him bonding with Merry and Pippin that was not in the fucking movie previously. That is blatant emotional manipulation, because the film would be explaining why the audience should feel a certain way whilst delivering the payoff. Because The Lord of the Rings was not written by the writers of Arcane Season 2, in The Fellowship of the Ring, we get multiple scenes showing Boromir specifically looking out for the hobbits. He is given more of these little moments than any other character. A less tightly written movie may well have made the more obvious decision to give all of these moments to Aragorn instead, because Aragorn is a far more central character to The Lord of the Rings than Boromir.
What?
If we didn't get these setup scenes with Boromir,
the hell is this? Why is this chunk not loading efficiently? Do I have to go to creative mode? I'm not reviving myself, by the way. Unless I can figure out what that was, but one second. Okay. Let's... Oh, hey, it's a warden. I'd have actually liked to have known that was there. You're fucking kidding me. Really? That was right there. Okay, I don't have any way to figure out where I died specifically. I don't think. Oh wait, compass. The okay, this is promising. This cave? Okay. Okay. I took frozen damage. Somehow. I need to identify how. Shut up. Is there a mob nearby? Water didn't do anything. Google causes of freezing to death Minecraft. Seems to be implying the only way is... snow. Let's do a quick walk around. How did that happen? Okay. Look at the miscellaneous equipment. Not a bow, not the sword, although that is a cool looking sword. How the fuck did I take frost damage? What's directly above me? Because there is an entity that... Nope, definitely not here. Alright, I'm gonna take a break and use that time to figure out if I want this to continue, because... Oh, goddammit. That will be for another time. Effect, clear, resistance. I need to look into some stuff. For now, that'll be the end of the stream. I gotta do a muster anyway. So, I will provide an update.